All right, so I'm ready to begin. If
right.
you guys are ready to begin,
Sure.
let's do the countdown. Yeah, let's do the count. Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to our newest episode of our Curse of Strahd Aviendahl campaign. I am your dungeon master. My name is Xander. I am also known as the Storm Meeple, and with me today I have 5 very eager players, as well as hopefully one who may or may not be joining us. But that will be he's moving house, so no pressure there. It's just if he can. So I'd like to introduce you to the players in our wonderful world before we give a little description as to what we've been doing. So we're going to go from left to right from our characters' icons on the Roll20 screen. So I'll give my intro. So the next person to go is Kitten. Yeah. Have we put that on the tapestry to show off if we have Lua's permission? Because it's such a lovely picture. I love it. That's
the picture of her in a hat.
Of Charon trying on the hat.
I do not know if it's in the tapestry yet.
Okay, but continuing on. Next up, Bob.
Hi, It's Just Bob, also known as Xander, funny enough, or a Pink Prince on my YouTube channel. I'll be playing Timisteel, who has a little wizard hat and glasses. I float around on a little board, and it's I'm trying my best to get along with my new companions. Hopefully I have a good time. Yeah. It's gonna be fun.
He sounds like I love him because he sounds like one of those characters from an after school.
I know it's perfect. He has like the just enough nasally voice to make him sound like the stereotypical nerd, but he also has like that sort of perfect. It's perfect. I love it.
Love it. Moving on. Next up, we have Nick's character.
Hello everyone. The name's Nick.
Nick, can you put up your microphone? You're a little bit quiet.
I am whispering. I'm kinda out of town, not with my usual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Last session as well. The name's Nick, playing your parties. So, looking forward to meta magic.
Yes. Next up, we have Luea.
Hello, I am going to be playing KENARI. She is our Dragonborn Ranger, and she was given a goat companion that we now have to figure out what to do with. Named Daisy, so finger guns.
And finally, we have Casey.
Hello, yes, I'm Casey. I'm playing William, the Afflicted, the resident life cleric of the group, healer and such, and I am basically the cause of why we're going on this little wolf mission, so I appreciate everything.
Okay, that's fantastic. And other player, Sithis, is playing Kaori, who is an elven monk, planning to go Sun Soul at level 3. However, he may not be with us tonight, so he's not. Then Kaori probably will be staying at the inn. It's still, just to clarify with everybody, just to clarify with our new viewers, if we have any, we do play as a team, so XP is kind of like gathered as a group, and everybody sort of levels up at the same time. We don't do XP hogging or anything like that in our group. Everybody's here to have fun. Before we continue, I just want to say a quick thank you to some of our supporters on the Meeple Palace. We have several Patreon supporters. We have Kevin, also one of our players who unfortunately can't be with us at the moment due to his work schedule, which is Kellum. We have Plutonium OD, Gavin, who is another one of our patrons for so much plutonium. And you'll probably see some of his pictures on tapestry today. And also we have Will, also known as Basis of Operations, who is a pretty fantastic painter who does commission work and also a lot of 3D printing. So we'll definitely see some good stuff from him, and hopefully on our tapestry, if not this week, then maybe next week. We also have several Twitch subs, Plutonium, who has been again, Gavin, who has been our supporter pretty much all the way through. He's absolutely fantastic. This is the second consecutive signing up with us, guys. So thank you very much, Plutonium. And also Sonic Boom 111, who was our Twitch sub, joined us last week, and yep, we really appreciated everything. By the way, Sonic Boom is yeah.
I can't help it.
What?
I meant to do it last week, and then I literally forgot, and I was like, "That's what I was gonna do," and so now I have that done.
Well, just our Patreons. I'll get it done this weekend. All the maps for the campaign are going to be on there in digital format. So if you want to take them, you're more than welcome to download them. We'll give you the link to the Google Drive thing will be in there, and you'll be able to get everything from. I know you can probably get it anyway from screenshots, but in case you want the original files I'm using, then that will all be on there. The official legal version with copyright allowances and all that sort of stuff, which I didn't know I had to do. So that's all up there. Anyway, thank you so much again. So thank you to Luea and thank you to Bob. Thank you so much. Okay, now I'm a little bit emotional. But we're going to continue on with the game. So let's continue. So in the last episode, we were down. A few of our players couldn't make it, and so we had a bit of a chill session. Maybe sort of there was a lot of role play, a lot of talking with new people around the way. You did some investigation about these wolves that Granny wants you to deal with. You met Maurice Silvertail, who is the owner of a very high-class tavern. Yes, and which was not Maurice's Manor, which was not a pleasant experience for KENARI, who has a real problem with Dracon Bloods. Well, pretty much just anybody who looks down at her, really, which is exactly what Maurice was doing. Luckily, we have a person of noble descent that Maurice was felt he could talk to. And we also had so we sort of went around. We met with a few other characters, didn't we? We met Gitka, who runs the sort of the local potion shop. We also met with what was the other shop that we went to? We went to Pimka's greenhouse, Pimka Isley's greenhouse, where you met with a halfling who didn't really have anything she could do to help you, but seemed strangely interested in what Gitka had said about her. You met some halfling children from the Five Mills family that you almost scared a few times, but basically, and you also haggled with a nice young man in the marketplace, basically up near the Lilypin Market, which is a produce market, where you ended up with your very first group pet, Daisy, the goat, who you were going to buy for horrific purposes, leaving her to be attacked by wolves of all things. But in the end, she was so cute that KENARI failed a wisdom saving throw miserably and was not able to resist those big eyes looking up at her, and ended up remembering about 10 minutes later that she did have Cardic Inspiration that she could have miserably. And was not able to
Always forget I
resist
have
those
Cardic
big
Inspiration.
eyes
Every
looking up at
game,
her.
any game, every single
Even in
time.
my game.
Even if I set a reminder, even when I put it in nice bold letters in my notes.
But in the end, I think it was Nick who was saying, "Remember, you have Cardic Inspiration."
You reminded me twice, and both times it did not process.
You know, I keep on reminding her in my game as well. All of the party members in my game, they always forget.
Okay.
You know,
So it's still it's still sort of early evening.
All of the party members
and you
in my
are
game,
at the.
they
Let's
always
move you guys
forget.
back to the Wayfarers Guild, which is where you are at the moment. I believe. Oh, I believe you made your way there, didn't you? That's where we sort of ended the session for today. In the last session, you went to Maurice's Manor and you ended up back at the Wayfarers
KENARI
Guild.
stormed off to go and get the meat that she bought to replace Daisy. She left Daisy in the back with Robert's pigs, and yeah, that was what she did.
She needs I need Luea. You need to draw Daisy.
I'm working on it.
So we can have an avatar for her.
I was working on art for the other campaign, so I'm gotta catch up. I gotta relearn goat anatomy first.
Luea was very, very excited about the fact that it possibly might be a magic goat because I made her roll for a wisdom saving throw.
I still hope this could eventually grow into a nice, big, steed-like goat. But I made the meme, and now I'm realizing, yeah, no, I probably shouldn't get my hopes up. It's probably just a goat.
Daisy will never leave you.
It always reminds me of it always reminds me of the what was it the High Rollers did, where one of them, it was in their Rogue's Gambit series, where one of them bought a horse. Not the first episode, and it ended up being blown up by a fireball.
Oh my gosh!
After it eaten a worm, Sherman or whatever it was, the worm. It was like his Goliath's pet. Sorry, I'm getting something to say here. We've got our own game to play, and here I am chuckling about
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
If you want to laugh, though, I'm gonna plug another player. Though. But if you want to laugh, go and watch High Rollers on their YouTube channel play Rogue's Gambit, which is set in Waterdeep. It's got some of the funniest characters I've ever seen. And I can't wait.
There's also a campaign done by Level 3 to XP Arcane Arcade. A robotic goat named Kyrie. No, not Kyrie. No, was it Kyrie? They basically have an artificer goat pet thing that belongs to one of the characters, and it's like, meh. He's just the best thing ever, and I love him. I forgot his name because it's escaping me.
That is not my icon. I grabbed that off of Google just as a placeholder, so.
It's okay. I keep thinking, just one more time, I'm going to say it one time, just because I have to now that I brought it up. Aquamamba!
Oh god, that's a meme.
That character is the most cringy and most awesome character I've ever seen play in D&D. Anyway, just went to climb into buildings, nothing so. Anyway, let's get on with our game, because I know I've gone a bit off a tangent now. We'll do a talk or something at some point, maybe off camera. We're not playing, so just chat over it about other D&D more to go and check out. That'd be a nice little fun session. Or maybe a Sunday or something. Okay. All right, guys. So you're currently in the Wayfarers Guild, it's getting quite full. It's the early evening. Rob is working behind the bar. Melamon is jumping around all over the place. He's taking orders. Literally, he's taken them into himself. Like he's getting people to write it down. People have realized that they don't ask Melamon unless they have it in writing, because otherwise they end up with something completely different to what they asked for. Probably,
Is this what you wanted?
So Melamon is working hard. Old Rob is checking every order that he brings, sort of looking at it carefully before he hands it over to Melamon. And Melamon is sort of hopping from place to place. A few of the drinks suffer a little bit of spillage, but he's so cute that a lot of people just don't care. They pet him and pay him. He eats the money. Rob forces him to spit it out, and this never-ending cycle continues. You currently have sort of reserved the big table for yourselves. So the table here, your party has been given sort of like use of that table, knowing that there's quite a lot of you, and you're currently sort of sitting, gathering together again after the day that you've had, sort of shopping and buying and purchasing all sorts of different things to help you in your upcoming adventure for Granny Atmos, the protector of the grove and proprietor of Granny's Needful Things magic show. The atmosphere inside the Wayfarers is quite a cheerful, uplifting one. There's several bards that seem to have gathered together and are sort of almost having a flute off in the corner, or playing different instruments and regaling the Wayfarers as they come in and out after their shifts or whatever they've been doing for the guilds. Basically doing for the guild. Coming in to eat, maybe coming in to drink, meet up old friends and acquaintances. There's a roaring fire in the fireplace. The smell of basically there's a mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat in the back. Not goat, don't worry, it's not goat. But sort of roasting mutton from the kitchens. You can see sort of passing back and forth a pair of halfling cooks, sort of bustling in and out of the kitchen, bringing the orders and placing them down to pass over to Melamon. It's a very jovial atmosphere. The place is clean. It's well lit. The floors are proper tile. They're not brushes and smelling of old beer or anything. It's very clean, very sort of wholesome environment to be in after a hard day's work. You're sitting at the table, all gathered together. He is sort of. Lindy is sitting with you. She'll be sitting on the end of the table there. Maybe she'll sit next to Timus because she likes Melamon. She's a bit fascinated by slimes.
Of course she is.
Sitting there going, like, as if she wants to pick you up and cuddle you like Melamon.
But yeah.
Sort of like reaching back, like she reaches forward like every now and then go.
No. She's like, no, I can't do it. It's different, not the same.
He doesn't have those big eyes, but the little hat is so. He doesn't have those big eyes, but his little hat is so cute. I want to snuggle him, but I don't know. He looks much more serious than his brother. So she's definitely having like a little bit of hassle there.
It's so great, and I'm like, and Timus is probably just like. Just sitting on the table because the chair's probably too small for him. Just reading up his spell book, just doing
completely oblivious.
Studying, pretty much.
Since the last session, by the way, Timus, you can have inscribed that spell into your book if you want to, because you had the long rest and you basically spent about 4 hours while the rest of them were hopping around town with your spell book. Make sure to pay the. Remember, it's half the cost if you use the magical inks that Nanny gave you. But make sure to pay the gold cost Okay, and the space scroll will be destroyed after that.
Lovely. I do not believe I added the ink. Do I have it in my? Hold up. No, I have ink. I just never put it as magic ink.
Ooh.
It's the inks. It's an ink that I gave you that will help you reduce the cost.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if I put it in my inventory or not. I don't think I did.
DM, are we getting card
yeah.
inspiration?
Thank you for reminding me. Our group, what we do in our games is at the beginning of every session, I give the group card inspiration. That means everybody gets a card that they can use to help them with certain tests and checks like attacks, saving throws, also with skill checks, but they work slightly different. And if we do use it for a skill check, I'll explain them rather than give us a big lecture. Basically, each card is worth its face value. 2 till 10 are worth that amount. If you have a face card like a Jack, a King, or a Queen, that is worth 10 as well. If you have an Ace, it's an auto crit. Okay, so it's quite a useful little thing to have. But people are not allowed to look at their card until they've agreed to use it for that check. Also, people are not allowed to use their card. Already told them if something is a success or a fail. I try to give a little bit of a gap between declaring, just to make sure people have the time to do so. But basically, once I've said this is a fail, you can't use Cardic Inspiration to bump it up anymore. Also, as a DM, I have Cardic Inspiration as well. And anybody on our Twitch stream, it may... can you explain how that works? Because that's your sort of purview of the stream.
Sure. So on Twitch, there are official Twitch channel points underneath the chat section. If you click on that, you'll get options. One of them is Cardic Inspiration, and you can use your channel points basically to force the DM to use their. And Pluto's just done it, but I'll explain anyway. So basically, you click that, and the next roll, DM has to use theirs. So Pluto has now redeemed the DM using Cardic Inspiration.
Can't use it now.
You can use it whenever. It's on to the next roll. But it's on the next roll of the situation. So like when the next thing of when you're able to use it, you have to use it now as the DM.
Does Nelly eat ZARRIEL's socks? Cardic Inspiration. All right, so I'm going to give everybody a card. All players and deal.
Real quick, so the scroll was a scroll of fog cloud, if I remember correctly, right? Okay, so I will add that to my spell list.
Okay, don't forget everybody's a long rest. So the spell slots are back if you got them. So you get back, you have spell slots that you are normally allowed to get back for your level. You will also, if you have second wind, all that's been replenished. If you're a warlock, all your spell slots replenished, as they would be on a short rest. Also, don't forget, if you have changed any of your spells, because let's say you're a cleric or a druid or whatever, you have to let me know. Okay, so just so I know, I've taken this off my character and I now have this. Alrighty, brew. So we're in the Wayfarers Guild. The atmosphere is delightful. The musicians are a dream. The food smells amazing. And there seems to be an arm wrestling contest going on 3 tables over.
We have to meet Granny at midnight.
Yes, so I mean, you can just decide we're going to wait around, we're going to do something, we're going to have something to drink, or we're going to have a rest. It's up to you what you want.
So in terms of like time-wise, is it like 5 going into 6 or like 6, 7 going into 8? Like
that amount of shopping and moving around the town, I'd say it's probably coming closer to about 6:30, closer to 7.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Question. Remember that pot of awakening I bought?
Yes.
I would like to take that out of my inventory, play and start to. Is it already filled with soil?
Yes, I don't think they would give it.
Okay.
You bought it from Granny, didn't you?
I did buy it from Granny.
So yeah, she's very practical. She wouldn't.
So there's already a seed in it?
Yep.
Okay.
Although you can change it if you want to.
Could I ask that we have our life cleric with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep, right here.
Would it be possible, DM, to put a good berry in the pot of awakening to make a good berry bush, a awakened shrub that produces good berries?
That is an interesting idea. Good berries are magical in nature, however, they do vanish after a day. So I'd say yes. I'd say yes. You could plant it, but then whatever was in the berry would vanish in 24 hours.
True. I just want to be able to. I was wondering. So basically, I was asking more specifically. I was wondering if the awakened shrub would be able to cast Goodberry like once a day or something. If I do,
I'm afraid
berry
not.
Tree. Magical berry
I'm afraid
tree.
not. No. It's a really good idea, but I'm gonna rule no on that. Ever plentiful Goodberry bush. No.
and it's also alive.
It's because don't forget the Goodberry itself is the result of his magic, of his druidic magic.
That's true.
If you did, it's basically created from the mana of the earth, basically, or the natural energies surrounding you. So
okay,
it's a good, interesting idea, and maybe there is, if you found like a particular magical item, like you might find like a permanent Goodberry or something, then that would be different. But
like a bead of nourishment,
something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So as of now, if I just planted it now, it would be a shrub.
I mean, you can save it if you want. You don't have to plant anything in it at the moment. You could wait.
I'm potentially, if it's possible to make something more unique than awakened shrub, Timus would definitely want to wait and figure out if he just experiments a bit more before he uses the pot.
That's definitely up to Timus.
I think he's gonna do some research first before he does anything with it. So
has decided to maintain his vigil in looking for something that exquisite to plant in this magical.
Exactly.
Me. Okay. Before we continue, I don't know if you guys want to time skip and move forward, or you prefer to. I'm sorry, I'm going to make Charon small because I just realized Charon is like 6 times larger than everybody else.
I was wondering how long before you noticed that.
Charon is the Iron Giant.
Literally.
Kaori is just downing drink after drink. Might be a Sun Soul monk, might be a drunken master. She hasn't decided yet, so she's practicing for both.
Oh boy.
Yes. So, you can just wait until the evening if you want, or you can go to your rooms. Or I won't count it as a long rest, basically, since you've already done that. But you can use time to do like Timur said, or that, or you can all meet Daisy, who's outside eating eating the grass from Pride and Joy and Lawn.
Yeah, Kenari's out checking and making sure she's good and that the pigs aren't giving her trouble, and just sitting there wondering
ooh, big puppy dog eyes.
Yeah, it's just maybe I should, and then the second that Daisy looks at her
I can't.
Yeah, it's that I should, and the starting to convince yourself you can, and then can't.
No.
Maybe this goat knows the charm spell.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Just her eyes have got big. They just seem to shimmer and get larger as you look at her, and it's like
the saucers.
Those crossbar eyes. She's just cute.
Oh.
Just milking it.
Takes a little bleat, goes back to eating grass, looks up at you, and sort of comes towards you and playfully butts your hand with her head. Capers around, looks at the pigs, in the backyard, gives a sort of an alarmed bleat when one snorts towards her, runs back around towards you, sort of like sort of standing not behind you, but definitely standing near you for assurance.
This dang
This is
goat.
so cute.
Stupid goat.
He's so
ruining my
great.
life. It's ruining my plans. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm going to assume that the carcass of the other goat that you bought, which hopefully Daisy does not know you have, is somewhere like Rob's putting it somewhere for you, keeping it.
Yeah,
you
he's
put it behind the bar, and he's like, "Oh God, you're gonna take way soon, right?"
I'm assuming there's like some sort of like freezer locker, some sort of something.
He has a larder. He's got like a cold room where he hangs.
Yeah,
like that, so.
she just had him put it back there for a little bit. It's not taking up too much space, and he knows we're coming to get it later, so it's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
All right. So, what's the plan, guys? Is there anything else you want to do before we wait until the evening?
Go ahead.
I wanted to go over to Willem, sit next to him, and Zaro sits down and puts a hand on his shoulder. Excuse me, Will. May I have a minute of your time?
Of course, Zariel. That seems to be a problem. Can you guys not hear me?
No, we can. Now we can. It just took a minute.
Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Of course, Zariel. What seems to be the problem?
It's not a problem, it's actually a question, and he points up towards William's iron facade. Can you point me in the direction of the man or people that can forge those masks, or was it custom made for you?
It's actually custom made. Yes, it was a gift from my teacher. It was actually her idea that she was burned in a fire in her youth, and she covered her scars around her arms. It was just her hands that were burned to put people at ease, and she thought,
All my rolls.
well, she thought that would help me relate to my patients, if you will, a little bit better, and it would put people at ease. So she had it forged for me in my training, and I actually don't know how she did it, but I'm sorry I can't help you there. Perhaps the smithy could help you. Why do you ask?
Looks at the table blankly. No apparent reason. There is something I wanted made in a similar fashion, and seeing as how good of a make yours is, I guess that the man that makes, or woman that makes them, is skilled enough to produce a mask as beautiful as to mimic a human's face perfectly. That's all.
Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't there when it was made. I really don't know how it was made. It was a gift.
I understand. Thanks for your time, man. And he gets off. Walks off to the bar.
Anything else we want to do, guys?
Oh, go ahead. You go.
You sure? Karen's interested in the arm wrestle, and he's going to have a look. You said there was an arm wrestle 3 tables away?
Yes. There is a heavily bearded man wearing dented looking heavy armor. He's relatively short. He's about 5'2". He has big, bushy ginger eyebrows, big ginger beard. He's got like what seems to be like a battered breastplate with an interesting symbol upon it. It's a clenched gauntlet. upon a red diamond background, sort of been engraved and enameled into his chest piece. He's currently going up against a half orc female who looks to be wearing sort of the garb of barbarian, but she's wearing she's definitely wearing lighter clothing. It's not like ragged like Conan the Barbarian or anything. Just basically wearing like breeches, a rolled up shirt. She's got a sort of a net vest on underneath, and she's big, huge, bulging biceps. Very attractive face, sort of small tusks, a large almond-coloured eyes. Her hair's been sort of shaved to both the sides of her head, and she has a top knot, sort of where her hair's been tied back at the back of her head, and it's sort of dyed with red streaks, so it's black with red streaks through it. She's currently in an arm wrestling match with this man. The man seems to be breaking even, but you can see that he's definitely straining a lot more than the half orc is in this fight. You can see him almost muttering under his breath as his face gets redder and redder to match his beard. Whereas the half orc, you can see she's almost sort of like, she's just sort of sitting there as if to go, anytime, old man. She's just like holding this guy's arms. He's really putting his all into it. But yeah, and there's a little crowd around them. There's a few elves, goblins, gnomes. They're going. Basically, they're chanting like one of two names. One's like going on top, and the other people they're going bad tap, bad tap, bad tap. And so they're chanting against each other, and it seems like as the female orc, the female half orc is slowly pushing almost contemptuously pushing the man's arm towards the table, his hand towards the table. You can see that the cheers of Ben are getting louder and louder and louder and louder. And it seems like with one final flourish, she just boom slams the man's arm to the table, and you can see that the man sort of he goes down with his arm. He's like slumps onto the table. And a small pouch of gold is placed in front of the half-orc. Big cheers, people pattering her on the back. She sort of gives a uproarious laugh. Stands up. You can see she's got almost like a blacksmith's hammer and a few other chisels and tools like on her waist. Sort of roaring, cheering. Everyone else is cheering alongside her. It's a bit of a ruckus, really. But then she reaches over, shakes the shaking arm of the older man, and she and her friends just head off towards the bar where she buys like this big round of drinks for everybody.
Okay. And so she's gone over to the bar, so it's basically the man still at the table.
Yeah, he's still there.
All right.
Puffing and puffing on the table.
Which table in particular on the map itself?
It is. I said 3 tables down, so 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I was between a couple of options. I go over there and I'm just like,
Oh boy.
what were you doing?
I was trying to defeat the lass. He sort of says, puffing voice, it's not as easy as it used to be in my old day.
But what does it do for you? What is the point?
A feat of strength, my good friend.
Strength?
Strength and determination. Also, a way of making friends.
I'm not very good at making friends. How do
it's a social activity, boy. Social activity.
I do
Sort of like, you can see his gut, and then he just puts his finger up as he like gulps down this big glass of water that's been placed in front of him slowly. And he's just running down his chin. Places it back on the table.
What
Is
are
there
the
anything I can
rules?
do for you? The rules is the strongest one wins. You have to put your elbow on the table, and you reach over with your hand, grasp the hand of the other person. Your elbow must stay on the table at all times. You got to try and force the of your opponent's hand down to touch the tabletop. You
Seems
can't use your other
easy.
hand at any time, and you must be sporting about it. Normally you do 2 out of 3. That was our final match.
Seems pretty easy.
It's good fun, boy.
Do you want to?
He looks at you, and he looks at you, and his arms like a lip noodle on the table. Just like, he looks at you, and he looks at you, and he goes, "Maybe another time. Next time you're in." Oh.
I am curious. And then Caroline just sort of walks away and goes back to the table and goes, "Is there something about a goat?" And he says that to like everyone at the table.
Yep. Well, switch over to Melamon if he wants to.
At this time, KENARI has
Will
said
laughs.
her stuff to Daisy and like has made her way in, and like probably just as Karan's getting at the table, she's also getting to the table.
William will kind of chuckle beneath his breath and say, "Yeah, KENARI, is there something about a goat? I think I heard something about that. Maybe you could enlighten us."
She starts muttering.
breath.
Yeah, she just mutters in Draconic and just like sits down and is like, "I have a goat. What about it?"
Was
I have a goat now.
Oh my god, this is great.
Caroline says, Caroline just goes to KENARI and goes, "Are you planning on eating it?"
She kind of like, she doesn't really say anything, but you can tell that the thought has crossed her mind at least once, and she just kind of looks over and just goes, "No," and like, and turns around to try to flag down Melamon or whoever's bouncing around to get an order going.
Yeah, Melamon will definitely bounce over over the stools and just sort of hop over to you. He's like, "What do you need? What's your?" And he just sort of like has a little tendril holding like a little notebook, and the other one holding like a little pen, little chalk pencil.
She just kind of goes, "Halfling wine."
What?
Okay.
Halfling
He just hands you the notepad as if asking you to write it down for him.
She like looks at him, and then it's this moment of like, and then she like kind of glances at Timus, who I'm assuming is at the like across from her on that table, and just is like, "Can you read?"
Did you ask King Timus or
No,
Melmon?
she looks back at Melmon and is like,
Melmon will just sort of just
she's
nod
watched his brother be
vigorously.
able to do it, and now she's curious of like,
Yeah.
"Can you read?"
Melmon could read. Melmon could read and write common. He's not very good at writing in common because he's a slime.
Okay. She writes down halfling wine.
Okay.
Just one glass, and like
Okay.
pushes them back over to him, and like is just curiously watching him. Like,
Okay.
that was unexpected. That was not expected.
So yeah, you hand him back the paper and the pad and pencil, I'm assuming, and he just sort of takes that and puts it in his like belly thing, his little in himself, and he just sort of hops back over to the table, spits it out on the thing, and then looks it over, and then he starts preparing the halfling wine, getting like the bottle, and just sort of hops back over with it, like with a glass.
Okay. Sweet. I now have wine. She gives him, what did we say last time? One glass. I'm looking at my notes.
It was a medium alcohol, I thought, right?
It was 4 copper, so she hands him 4 copper.
Okay. Well, he will take said copper and consume it.
Oh no.
Then spit it. then proceed to pop over back to the table, spit it out into like a tip jar almost, into like this little tip jar on the bar table on like the bar.
As she watches him consume it, like, and watches him leap, she like almost reaches for it, and then sees what he does, and then just goes back to her drink and just kind of like shakes her head of like, I don't know what I just saw, and takes a sip.
You can tell that Melamon is probably after like putting the tip away or the money away. He's eyeing. He was very much. If anyone who was paying attention to the little arm wrestle thing, Melamon was very interested in that. So he is currently eyeing the orc, and he's just sort of inching closer and closer to the half orc lady who won the last arm wrestling match. And she's just like slowly but surely just getting closer, just like 2 inches, 3 inches, or just, and it's like right up in her, and like right next to him, right next to the person now. He's like, hi. As he looks up at the half orc lady.
Okay, so she is going to. So she's talking with her friends. She's basically in the middle of drinking, quaffing down like a big. She's got a big stein of mead, and she's quaffing it down. All the rest are all cheering her, still patting on the back. Particularly since she's buying the round of drinks, you know. So she's got a that basically that's. She is so she sort of. She doesn't seem to hear you over the sort of the raucous like group of people around her. Maybe you could sort of reach up and sort of tug at her cloak a little bit.
I think after like realizing he was not heard, he's gonna like furrow his little eyebrow gummy things, and just like puff up his little pink cheeks, and it takes a tendril and just sort of like aggressively tugs at her sleeve. Excuse me.
Looks down and she looks down, sort of sees this, and she goes, sort of looks at it and goes, you're the one that bought me my drinks there. Yeah. I think it was my drinks. I don't know if you brought the wrong ones. I can't remember what it tasted like.
Yes, I think I brought the right one. And he just sort of looks off to the side a bit, and he just sort of shakes his head. He's like, well, I noticed you're very strong, and you won that little contest thingy over there. I was wondering if you're up for one more contest thingy. And he just sort of like side eyes her, just like, just looking, and has like a little small like smirk.
He looks down. She looks down at you. She sort of crouches down to be sort of at your level. All the friends will like move away from her, and she says, well, aren't you an eager fella? I'm afraid that I'm with my friends right now. How about? I understand, little one. It's great to prove your strength, but right now, as you can understand, I've been through several rounds with Onthar over there. He's quite a challenge, although not as much as he used to be. And to be honest, I have a great thirst at the moment. How about this? Why don't you join us for a few drinks? And then maybe later we'll have a bit of a rest. Eh?
Oh, okay. I'm okay with that.
It's okay. She like, picks you up and she like, puts you on her shoulder. And she's like, a drink for my friend! You know, Melamon is perched on this 7-foot half-orc's shoulder.
Oh, this is great.
He says, my friend requires refreshments!
Oh, no.
So shouting across the bar. Old Rob's like, he is the one who brings the refreshments. Oh, sorry, old Rob, he's got the American accent, sorry. He brings the refreshment. He don't drink with the customers. Today he does, old man.
Does old man.
Oh gosh, this is not how I expected things would go.
So if you need to put it in your mouth, can I just put it in your head and twist it around?
He just sort of is there a drink nearby? Melmon currently?
One of her sort of like one of her cronies is like just passed over what looks to be like a big sort of like another stein of mead.
Oh no. So he just sort of looks at it, and he takes a tendril and sticks it in the glass, and then you just see the mead just sort of suck into the tendril, as he is consuming alcohol. Oh, this is not going to end well.
And just like that, when Melamon's having a little bit of a drink, Karen overheard wanting arm wrestling as well, and Karen goes over to Melamon and is like, "Do you want an arm wrestle?"
I would like to rage.
There's just like this sort of dopey smile on Melamon, and he's like, and he just nods profusely as he has like a hiccup bubble that escapes from, like a slime hiccup bubble escapes from his mouth.
Like little drunk Dumbo.
Like little drunk Dumbo. Oh, this is gonna be great. Oh no, I don't. Okay, I might. Hold on. Do I have to make a Constitution check? My Constitution is a +4 for Melamon.
I mean, what's your Constitution +4? I mean, it's
really
mead.
high.
It's mead. It's a medium strength drink. So
Okay.
I'm gonna say it wouldn't have a massive effect on
Okay,
Melamon.
good. So he's just a little tipsy. Okay. Oh god. So he is going to just sort of hop to like look to I forgot his name again. Our American bartender owner.
Old Rob.
I forgot. Old Rob, and he just say, "Can I have a break, please? I would like to do a thing."
He's like he watches you as you sort of like you're almost like your consistency is not as firm as it was before, and so it's like a little bit more liquid than you were before. And he basically looks over and he goes, I'll let you back in. You're gonna start bringing people. I don't know. I don't want to know what you rat poison or something instead of the drink. So yeah, you can have some time off, but you make sure that you're up nice and early to help me tomorrow, eh?
He just sort of nods like in an affirmative, like sort of a nod, and he sort of like lazily hops off the off the bar, and he just sort of hops from stool to stool towards that same sort of bar stool where they first had the contest.
Okay.
And he takes a tendril and places it like it's his arm, and places it on the table. As he gets on the table, oh boy, this is gonna be a thing.
Karen goes over, and as he sits down, he's like very, like sort of that firm sort of slight rustiness, like as he sits down quite heavily.
Yep.
And he puts out his
take-
other hand.
Okay, you take his hand. As soon as you take Melmon, he is going to rage and transform.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly check out his character picture. Oh gosh. Oh my lord. This is gonna be a thing. Oh dear.
I'm just
Oh my
hearing that
God.
TikTok that goes, "Keep holding my hand, keep holding my hand."
Oh boy. Hold on.
All right. Arm wrestling contest. If you do that requires an athletics check from the both of you.
Okay.
Oh, I need that resized. Oh boy, this is gonna be great. Athletics. And I have advantage because I'm raging. Oh boy, this is gonna be a thing.
Carol. Okay.
Hold on. Oh no!
What did
This is
Melamon
definitely
get?
gonna be a best 2 out of 3. I have not rolled with advantage yet. 14.
Okay,
I got
so-
a natural 1 on my first one, it looks like. But thankfully I have advantage.
All right. Well, basically, in the first round, Charon sort of reaches over as if he doesn't really understand what he's got to do. Melamon probably has done this before, maybe just because he was taught it by someone randomly. You know, maybe working at the bar, he's seen Ben Tenet sort of do all this a few times.
Yeah.
Maybe other people doing it, so he kind of gets the gist of what he's supposed to do. Whereas, Charon, you just kind of learned about this, and suddenly it's like, boom, your hand's on the table before you even realize what's happened. Bang! Back of your hand slams the lacquered wooden top.
And
of the
there's
table.
just like a low guttural chuckle that is not sounding like Melamon, like a.
Well, it's 2 out of 3.
Caron tries to mimic the sort of insidious laugh, and he goes, ha ha ha.
Okay, so second round.
Second
Oh
round.
boy! So we place our hands back. Melamon is still raging because he.
Does anybody want to place bets?
Oh please, yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe there's like a drunken elf and a goblin. They sort of like wobbled over to your table and they're sort of watching, and they're like, "Oh, that 3 silvers on the man of." And the other one's like, no, that was Goopy's, like Goopy strength.
KENARI is just sitting at the table, like sipping her drink, and kind of like peeks over at William, and then like turns and looks back at ZARRIEL, and is kind of like, "I bet you 3 gold on Melamon."
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Just like,
oh man.
and you sort of, so like there's a sort of the
But only if ZARRIEL accepts.
Go
Like,
on,
that's the whole
Goopy,
point.
give me money.
ZARRIEL has to accept. Otherwise, it's pointless.
Melamon will match that for with Melamon, so he's also going to bet. Timus is also going to bet for Melamon to win 3 gold. Put 3 gold into the pot. Because he knows his
help.
brother.
Aaron, take a bead of urine and magic.
Oh dear, what are you doing?
Please
tell me that-
Aaron's opponent.
Oh no, what did you do?
What?
Sorry, ZARRIEL has just said, wanting to help Charon, ZARRIEL will take a bead of the owlbear urine, which grows into beads, and mage hand it into Melamon.
Okay.
Oh
Can I roll a perception check for KENARI to see if she smells it? Because last time when Will
yes, you
just
can.
opened it. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure.
No. So, do you remember what I said the last session about bodily things going into slimes?
I do. I want
Okay, sleight of hand check, please.
Oh dear.
ZARRIEL.
I wanted to use this versus the orc, but things change.
Well, this is probably going to make things worse for
KENARI,
her.
you'd see this and smell
I don't
this
need to- I
amber
smell.
bead floating with his spectral hand towards Melamon.
Oh, God.
By the way, ZARRIEL will have to move a bit closer because he's not. Is it 30 feet? Yeah, he has to move a bit closer.
She's just going to like turn to him and just go, "No cheating, drop it."
ZARRIEL's like, really? Owlbear urine dropped an old bear on Rock's floor.
I will not drop it. I'll return it to the violent corket. Give her a
She
smile.
Harry just wakes up from a drunken stupor and she's like, "What's that?
What's going on?
Melamon, is that you?"
What's happening?
Oh God.
What's that?
So,
Great.
is anyone going to vote for our Warforged friend here?
ZARRIEL
I'm
did.
betting.
That's bad. Like 3 to 1. I'll bet some gold.
Well, we already have 2 people betting for Melamon.
Oh,
and then
thanks,
there's
Sarah.
Do you have any gold left?
Actually, I do.
No,
Timus?
Casey.
Yeah, I do.
Casey, do you have gold left?
Oh,
Because I thought you used
Yeah, I
it
do.
to buy the
I
shield.
didn't spend it all.
Oh, okay.
No, it was at a discount since we're doing that
Oh yeah, you sold
mission
it
for her.
You
Got
still
it.
have a fair bit of gold. Okay.
But yeah, that's a bad bet. I'm staying out of that.
You just know what Melamond's capable of. What about NPCs? Like I don't know.
Sorry, Karen.
All right, they're all sort of like, they didn't see what ZARRIEL was doing, but basically they're all just sitting there going, you know, the one's going, "Go on, Goopy, win me money." And the other one's like going, no.
Funny.
For the win every single time. I've seen what they can do. I tried to get into the gateway once, and I was thrown out of my arse. It wasn't fun. No, I tried to go there one time. I was there. I was outside. and they're standing there, all like with their big. So they got the big hacky things that they use. And I was looking, I was like, "Hi guys, I use the bathroom," and I said, "No," I said, "No, it wasn't good." And then I said, "Well, I need to use the bathroom," and they picked me up, and then it was really cool until I hit the rock, and then I fell asleep.
You're drunk. Oh, you're drunk.
And like the friends are just like looking at him like, "You're a legend."
Oh my lord!
Sorry about that. That is hard rock throwing all their
Glass
glasses
into the
away
system.
outside our window, but we can't close the window because it's far too hot. Anyway, so that's basically. So yeah, I mean, Karen, you remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that? You remember one of your brethren telling you about just this obnoxious elf that had nearly urinated on the wall of the gateway.
It's probably Crocker.
And they ended up having to like throw him out on his arse, and that's basically. He doesn't recognize you, or he just basically knows that you guys are.
Is there any way that I could somehow use my Cardiac Inspiration on my next athletics check?
You want to use it on your. Remember, it's different for skill checks. It's not.
It's this weird blend of like, we have seen both of you actively fight. We have watched you rip a cupboard bolted to a wall, but we have also watched this slime literally plow down a big baddie like it was nothing. Like a literal zombie ogre like it was nothing. So like it's a tough call.
Alright, come on, next round, guys. Next round.
Okay, well,
If you want to use your Cardiac Inspiration, you have to use it now, Caron, because it's not the same as like
That is fine. So I will use it.
I will wait.
Okay.
Oh no!
So you get to add 1 to the score of what you roll because it's a skill check. Sorry, 2 to the score. You get to add 2 to the score. I apologize. It's different. It's not when you're doing like a dexterity check or something.
So then my athletics
no.
check.
So 9.
9. Okay. Let's see. Did it? Oh jeez.
Okay, Melamon basically doesn't seem to even feel your attempts, Caron. Maybe you thought you were going easy on Melamon. He looks like a little slime to you most of the time. And so you're just thinking sort of like size equals strength. But Melamon swells in size to this gargantuan creature, basically grabs your arm again and just plows your hand into the table. The table cracks and tilts in one direction. Basically, you have broken one of Rob's tables. In this event, the table splits down the center and has this jagged crack now along it. One of the legs kind of buckles. You know, like when you see like an old table and it splits over time, it's like got like a big long crack in it. Basically, it looks like you. It's not broken apart, but it's literally got this massive jagged crack in it now. The leg gave way, and it's sort of the table starts to tilt and slump to one side. The people all around you are going. The goblins going, "Go pig, go pig, go pig," and the other one's going, "Oh, we're wrong. This was big guy let me down, big guy. It's okay. I'll see you next time at the gateway. We're gonna have another drink." And everyone's like, "Oh, another drink," and sort of like go away quickly. Old Rob, on the other hand, there's just this shout of dismay coming from behind the bar. He's like, "Melamon, that's coming out your paycheck!"
No, it isn't, Caron says. And Caron says, "How much for the table?"
It's not that. It's the principle of the thing.
But how
He's
much?
got to learn to behave. He's eaten 2 chairs in a week.
But this time it was
And I
not
already
his fault.
hired him yesterday.
But this was not his fault.
Oh, God.
Just how much?
No,
He looks over and he says, "It's okay. I'll get Melamon here to fix it." be his first duty tomorrow. I'll provide him with the tools, and I'll help him learn how to break what he fixes. Fix what he breaks. I apologize. Maybe old Bob's had a drink or two this evening. And
Okay.
do I have a new goat out back? By the way, I don't. I went out there, and there's this big, wide-eyed goat out there, and it's definitely not mine, but it's so cute.
KENARI just
Oh my god.
sips her drink and says nothing.
Karen just says to Melamon, like, thank you. And he goes away and goes back to the table and just stands with the rest of the group again.
Daisy is
going to deflate.
Daisy's like the baby in Storks. I don't know if you've seen Storks, the dream the one. Just when the baby goes like, and he'll go, oh. That's basically what happens with Daisy. It's just like, oh. That's what we call the Daisy effect.
This
my
dang
God.
goat's got higher charisma stats than its owner.
It's so Melon deflates.
Daisy's the only goat with a 20 for charisma.
So Timus is going to walk, sort of hobble over, bounce over to the table, and just sort of look at Melmon as he's deflating. He's like, okay, okay. Oh, sorry, I have to get back in the voice.
Getting Melamon's voice.
I was doing Melamon's voice for Timus's accent, and I was like, wait a minute. Okay. Let me see if I can help here. And he sort of nods his hat, and he is going to try to cast Mending on the table using his hat of wizardry.
Hey,
Beat me to it.
okay. You cast Mending.
Yep.
Yep. I mean, you could fix the tape. You can fix the chair.
Okay.
You can fix the chair. You fix the chair. Sorry, the table leg. It takes 10 minutes.
Okay.
Of constant concentration.
Mm-hmm.
To properly fix it. It's it completely broke off, so it was pretty difficult to fix.
As long as the damage itself,
as long as all the pieces are there, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as the damage itself is within 5 foot cube, I'm good.
Yeah. So basically, it's going to take you. It takes you a little while just to fix it, but yeah, it's looking pristine again. The tabletop is sort of like it's cracked, but it has character. Do you want to fix that as well?
Exactly. Actually, inhibit the functionality of the table. Timus is going to leave it there.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't. It kind of looks like when an old table starts to split due to humidity. It's like one of those sort of jagged cracks. It doesn't impede the functionality of the table. It just looks like there's a long lightning bolt crack in the table.
Okay. Well, he'll leave that just to remind Melamon not to go overboard.
Fair enough. KENARI just jolts awake as the table crashes down. She's like, "What? Again?" It's basically she's just been sitting at the bar, having a few drinks. Definitely, she looks over at the table at you guys, and she goes, "Oh, you're back. I might have to sleep this one off, guys. I'm feeling a little bit worse for wear. I think I might adjourn to my room after just one more drink." So looks over and Rob's looking at her like, "This is your last glass, Missy."
Oh God.
Melamon, you sticking with these people? Looks sort of gestures over at Bentonette, who's gesturing at you. Come here. She's got another glass.
Melmon is going to hobble over to Benton, the half orc, and just sort of awkwardly I was hoping I was gonna be able to save that surprise for when actually I'm missing you, but it was still fun. And he sort of just beams happily.
The moment you open your mouth to say that, Bentonette starts pouring the drink down your throat.
Yep.
She's
Okay. That's
drink
right.
up, lad. You're with us tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to roll a con save for that. That's the second drink I've had.
Yeah, okay, you can roll a con.
I'm not raging anymore, so it's just gonna be a straight roll. That's a 14.
That's Timus.
Oh, you're right. That's Timus. Sorry, my bad.
Does Timus
Thank
have
you.
plus full con?
They both do.
Okay, so it's the same. It's the same roll no matter what. So that's 14.
Yeah.
I mean, the strength of the drink versus the con check, you're feeling maybe slightly buzzed. Bit
Actually,
tipsy.
it's not the same roll. It's a +2 because I have proficient because barbarian with Constitution saving throws.
Okay. So you but still with a
With 16.
I'd say basically with a plus, even with that, with the 12 with a +2 on top, you're still pretty good. I mean, you're definitely feeling a little bit woozy, maybe a bit tipsy, but not enough to sort of
bubbles
knock you
that
out.
happen again. There's those little slime bubbles or pickups. Oh boy.
So as you sort of like there, you see like Bentoneth gesturing to old Rob, and old Rob's like giving like this alarmed look, like really, and there's like eager smile. And this really big glass out from underneath the table. It's like one of those comically large wine glasses.
Oh
You know,
no.
they sell like as a joke they sell as a joke in those like joke shops or in like the hen party sections, like really big glass.
Mhm.
And he like sort of fills it up a bit with with what looks to be like sort of Bentoness like points at something behind the bar, and sort of he looks at it, and it's like it comes in this sort of crystal decanter bottle, quite big. It's like a virulent green in color, and it seems to be hissing as he pulls the cork out. So pulls it over. He looks at it. He looks at her, and he like gives her like an eyebrow, and she's like, "Yeah." And he's like pours it in and looks over to her, and she's like, he's like, halfway, like it's like just empties the whole thing into this bottle.
Oh no.
And brings it over, and he looks over at Benton, and he says, if he deconstitutes himself, you're mopping him up. Yeah. Hands it over to Benton.
I have an idea of what might happen.
This is a very strong drink.
Okay.
Benton takes a massive gulp from it. You can see like onto her cheeks. She then, by the way, I do realize we're a PG-13 group. This is the only party we'll be doing for a while. Passes it over to Melamon.
It's okay. Everyone here is of legal drinking age.
Eggs.
Not eggs.
Yeah, yes. What are you putting in that tea, Luea?
What?
So what are you putting in that tea? You said legal drinking eggs.
I said legal drinking age, but I said eggs, so it was my bad.
And I'm just wondering, is that an Irish tea?
Oh, for the love of... Okay,
anyway,
so what...
I would like Melamon to take another con save, please, with disadvantage.
I knew it.
Would you need to use your DM Cardiac Inspiration for Benton
Nope.
as well?
I don't know, because I don't need to roll anything.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Technically, okay.
Okay.
Shame.
Oh.
With an 8, it is a strength 6 drink, +2, so it's 14. Your constitution up to that is, without that is 14. So, it's 12 efficiency, right?
No. This is the actual correct type of roll. I used Melamon stat now. So this is a Constitution save from Melamon.
Melamon's Constitution.
He is a +4, but his Constitution save is a +6.
Okay, so he's got a +4. All right, so
in Constitution.
I'm going to say now I need you to take. Oh, let me just Sorry, I just wanted to check and make sure.
Because if he is
that,
completely intoxicated, I have a thing that happens.
So, basically, I need you. Oh dear. Yeah, you failed. So, you're going to roll a 1d6, please.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. That's a 3.
3.
Oh,
So you're
that's
going.
too
So
much.
Melamon will fall unconscious for 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then, I need you to. Can you roll a d4 for me, please?
Lovely. Before he falls unconscious, I need to know if he is fully intoxicated
Okay,
before
so
this.
he is fully intoxicated.
Okay.
He has passed beyond liquid courage to after the threshold.
Good to know.
Sorry?
I said good to know.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So he's going to fall asleep for 30 minutes. That's a complete unconsciousness. Actually, you failed to save by more. So it's actually... You fall unconscious for... you fall unconscious for 2 hours, not 30 minutes. 2 hours. When you wake up, Melamon will be vulnerable to thunder damage. And have disadvantage on all perception checks till that time is over. You will lose this hangover at the end of a long rest. Okay, so he has to take a long rest. So basically, he's vulnerable to thunder damage and has a disadvantage on all perception checks.
Okay. I want to point out that right before he takes this drink, and this effect happens, as soon as she did the whole pours the alcohol in her mouth, in his mouth, and before that other drink was given to him, he starts to just sort of swell. And
Okay.
he's not raging, but remember when he just became like balloon-sized Kirby, Stay Puft Marshmallow guy, but he still looked like a slime.
Yeah.
That's essentially what happens to him as he just starts to hiccup a bunch, and he just starts to swell to a 6-foot-tall beanbag, essentially, of a slime.
Okay. 6-foot-tall beanbag of slime. Melamon is 6-foot-tall beanbag of a slime now. Then teeters for a minute. His eyes turn into little swirls, and thunk, he falls backwards on the ground. And all of them all go, "Way!" So you fall. They're just sort of looking at you. Is he okay? He's okay. He's okay, isn't he? Then Benson has to look down. You're going, "Look at the poor lad. He hasn't had a proper drink in ages." Okay, don't worry, guys. We'll get him home. So turns to old Rob, and he's like, "Where does he?" All right. Well, I'll just let me through. I'll put him down. So she's holding this it's almost like holding a big bag full of water.
Exactly.
Moving around in her hands, and she's with some difficulty, manages to sort of move around the bar and place him into the room there's a little room out the back that Rob has given to Melamon. She also almost just because he's normally small, squeeze him in a bit.
Yep.
And sort of it's almost like she's trying to get a duffel bag into a cupboard. She's pushing you into this cupboard, just closes the door. He'll be fine. She sort of goes off to the friends. So Melamon, I'm afraid, I know you won't be with us in this adventure bit anyway, but Melamon is very much out of it now for the next 2 hours. Vulnerable to thunder damage, so basically all noise-based attacks. And will have disadvantage on all perception checks. He's coming out going, oh, every organ that he has to intake information is aching.
Oh boy. Timus is just sort of face palming with a tendril while watching this happen, and this is why I don't let him drink. Because this has happened once before with Timus, and it was on Timus, not Melmon. So he's like seeing him. It's like seeing a reflection of himself when this happened to Timus.
This is, by the way, this drink is not. I don't have a name for it yet, but it's kind of based on the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, where basically the effect of the drink is like being hit with a slice of lemon wrapped around a solid gold brick.
Yeah.
In the words of the immortal text treatise Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It's like more potent than Dragonfire whiskey. I know that feel.
It's like, I don't know. It's like Pan Citadel Brain Swirler or something like that. I have to think of a name for it. But basically, it is a very, very potent drink that is distilled by the goblins of the Smeet Man, and with some help from Nanny Oaks. She says, when asked what is in, says apples. Well, mostly apples.
Oh boy.
Anyway,
oh my god.
Yeah, maybe our viewers can come up with a good name for this most terrifying of intoxicating concoction.
Oh boy. Oh no. I'm worried for when Melmon wakes up because there's another side effect for when if he got drunk. Oh no! Yeah, pretty much. That's actually what happens.
Okay. All right. So back to our party. Sorry to sort of move us back to our party. That was fun.
That was
the first failed drinking contest. So we're going to be continuing a little bit. Our time is passing on. It's been maybe another hour or two since that you've all had a chance to eat, drink, get any other activities like this. Does anybody else want to do anything else before we, or do you want a time skip? So,
I'm all good. Fine with skipping.
Time skip.
Yeah. Skip.
I'm good.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
But right before Timus will leave, he'll look to old man, our old bartender, old Robert, and he's just gonna say, I'm so sorry for what happens next. Please be mindful that he can get a little unwirely.
So, Rob looks over at you and he's like, over to where Bentonette is still carousing with her friend. He's like, Benton, what is it, old man? You got a duty to do in the morning. Apparently your friend, he gets rowdy when he wakes up. I expect you to be there bright and early. Make sure that he doesn't destroy my bar. Anything he destroys, you're paying for. And that includes the liquor.
Oh no. We're gonna have to do a side mission for this.
Bentonette just gives him like two thumbs up.
Oh god. I really hope we do like a little side mission where like what happens before we like fully.
Oh, yeah. Maybe one day before maybe we can do like some. It'd be quite interesting maybe to do some side games during Strahd. It's like and back at the Wayfarers Guild.
Exactly.
Like, maybe KENARI could play as Daisy. We could bring a character sheet, make a character sheet for KENARI to play as Daisy.
That's lovely. Just like do a little one shot.
Daisy, goat in the city.
Just a goat.
Oh my god.
All right, cited to the nth degree. Okay, yeah, it's like moonshine rock dust. Okay. So time passes. People start going off to their beds. Maybe there's a few persistent carousers like Ben 10. Onthar with his friends he was also with a group of friends, and he's sort of slumped over a table at the moment. You can hear snoozing coming from beneath his big bushy beard. There's a couple of other. I mean, Cowrie excuses herself and goes to her room. When you inquire as to whether she's coming on the event, she basically sort of looks at you, sort of like with almost glazed over eyes, and she says, "Maybe after a little nap." Heads off to the room where you know you're not going to see her until the morning. Time passes. It gets closer towards midnight. You can see Rob is sort of starting to clear up a little bit around the place. Melamon is nowhere to be seen, so Rob is doing pretty much all of the work himself. He's managed to get his two halfling cooks out to help him as well. So he's not particularly busy at the moment. The bars are packed up and gone home. The fire is starting to die down in the fireplace. It's starting, the common room of the Wayfarers Guild is starting to look a bit empty and sort of it's a bar winding down for the evening.
Yeah.
So it's getting close to midnight. It's about let's say about quarter to midnight, and the place is yours. And you basically all start to sort of gather your things, get everything together to make the trip to the Grove. Timus says his apology to Rob, and Rob retaliates by making it all Bentonet's responsibility to deal with.
Yep.
Caroline sort of said, "Oh, sorry."
No, go ahead. Caroline's going to.
Oh, I was going to say, Caroline sort of says to the group, "Well, this has been a nice social event. I take it we're calling it a night," and to the group.
Well, we do still have to deal with the wolves, so yeah, that's a thing we have to deal with.
The wolves.
Only if you
her
want to.
problem.
Well, we did say we'd do it, and I am a slime of my word.
Nelly was going with you, but then you look over and see that she's sort of snoring cutely on the table. Time has caught up with her. She had a very busy couple of days. She sort of very cutely snoring on the table.
Yeah. Timus will take a mage hand and sort of like pull a blanket almost like over her shoulders and just sort of like let her.
When you do that, she sort of feels the blanket, she sort of grabs it, pulls it around herself, sort of wads it up until it's like a blob shape, and then sort of like snuggles into it and starts sort of snoring happily.
There's a small smile on Timus's face, like, oh, he's been making friends. Sort of like that.
This raucous snoring coming out from the back room.
It legit sounds like an air horn, like a guttural, like foghorn. like that.
You can see Bentoneth and her friends making a drinking game out of it. Like 1, 2, 3, jump. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and jump. Basically, like trying to drink in time to the chugs.
Drink responsibly, children. Drink responsibly.
Yeah, please. This is a note to all children who may be possibly watching this series. This is not drink responsibly, drink with awareness. If you're a child, don't drink at all. And back to the story.
Thanks.
So
you
Carol's
just
complaining.
put together your things. Carol's complaining because
he's like, I'm not helping her. If you want me just to kill the wolves, that's fine, but it's not my job to relocate them. I do souls, not wolf moving.
You don't have to come if you don't want to.
Really?
Really.
Karen is like, I was complaining because no one asked me my opinion, but now I don't want to be left out. But I could come if you wanted me to.
Yeah, Timus is just gonna like uses Mage Hand to like push his glasses up his nose, up the brim of his little slime face a little bit more.
I love
And
that.
just sort of and just gleams a bit, and he's like, "Well, if you don't feel like you're gonna be able to be any use, and if you feel like you don't really want to come, you don't have to come."
It's not about being of use. I'm very good at many things. I've read all the books. All the books.
Everything up.
At this point, KENARI just like pushes from the table, like her drink's been long finished and she hasn't taken anything else, and she goes back to where the horn is coming from and goes into the cool locker and then pulls down the two haunches, and it's so much louder when you're in the same room. So she's ready to like, she's like looking around if there's anything she can like stuff his mouth with to like shut him up. And like not seeing anything and not knowing like how he breathes, if he breathes. And just is like, nope. And just like flings the tie. So like the haunches are essentially like tied together with like a butcher's type string. She's gonna just like fling it potato sack style over her shoulder. So she's got one half in front and one half behind her, just kind of hanging as she walks out.
Okay. And here's where we get, as you leave the Wayfarers Guild, this is where we're going to take a quick 10-minute break.
Awesome. Oh, cool.
We'll be moving into the next part.
Alright, so I will jump to the Be Right Back screen. And
Alright, and we'll see you in 10 minutes, guys.
Viewers.
Yeah, have a good one. This is going to be great.
Okay, and don't freeze. Okay. Hello and welcome back. And now it is time, after our midway, to do our tapestry showcase, where you lovely people, whether you're part of our Discord or in the Twitch chat, can upload your pictures to the tapestry, and we get to show it on Steam. There we go. Get my words right. Okay, so first one we have got is our very own Curse of Strahd Aviendahl. We need a group name. Member Luea, who did a really awesome picture. That's pretty bang on with Charon's look. But yeah, we've got Charon, who's trying on a lovely flowery hat back when we were shopping, and Charon was following Timus around, and
that's lovely. I love that.
And ends up the owner knows that this happened because of the enchanted sort of spy cam in the shop. And Charon runs away as soon as realised get caught. So I love that. I think that's really superb. Really lovely. Okay. And then I have two of my own. So first one is ooh, is it gonna be slow? There we go. First time I finished a project, but I actually made out of crochet. I did a crochet headband, and it was meant to be cat ears, but I think it looks more like horns. And I have my lovely Charmander as my model for it. I didn't have a pattern. I didn't follow a pattern, so it was really like instinct. I was just trying to get the feel of crochet and trying to like. And I had some stuffing left over from a hat and stuff, so I was like, oh, I'll give it a try freehand without a pattern, and surprisingly looks not the worst.
It looks nice.
I can't believe I managed to do that. So yeah, so I'm actually doing another one now and trying to actually remember how many stitches I've done and blah blah blah, and see whether I can again without a technical pattern, but see if I can get it neater each time and stuff. So yeah, there's my little crochet. So yeah, you can decide if it's a cat headband or a
we've all worn it. We've all worn it, haven't we? We've all worn it.
Yeah, you've worn it. Yeah, cuter on you, I think. And then the other one that I did was actually managed to pick up a brush, and I've been spamming this on my social. But yeah, I've basically been doing Dark Elder for 40k, and I've been doing them in like a sort of Asian-y sort of blossom theme. Like you can see the top left picture, there's actual blossoms on it, and then the other two, you can see they're still whips. They still need to be finished and tidied up and everything. They're not even wave finished yet. But yeah, I quite like the ship at the moment. I don't know if I'm going to lighten that sort of creamy brown, but I'm not sure. But I'm pretty happy with that. It's coming along quite interesting for them.
I think they look great.
They look nice.
I watched it do it. I really love the pink lines. I think it's fantastic. It looks like lines of like energy, but
that's
also
what they're meant to be.
Poisonous as well, which I quite like.
Yeah, but my problem is I've got to learn how to make a glow effect. So I want to make it look like no matter what the ship color is, like it actually is bright and it looks like there's energy going through the engraved lines. And I've had a lot of problem with this with other models, so I really don't know how well that's going to go in the end. So yeah, we'll see if I manage to actually get it correct this time. And I believe now we should also have, let me go down. Yeah, we got Bob. So we have got, this one is classed as Luna. Oh, I like that. Is that Star Wars related at all?
Ooh.
Which one? No. Sorry, I'm trying to see. It hasn't come up for me. I can't see it yet. 1 second.
There it is.
I'm a little bit behind.
Oh, I have. I'm sharing it on Discord as well, so
there we
you can
go.
see it on the same time.
Oh, okay. Well, that is Luna. She was a character I drew originally for a novel I was writing ages ago. This is old art from me. I finally found it in my old folders, and she is a mouse folk. She's also a paladin. She is really actually a lot smaller than she looks right in this picture. She's like not even a foot tall, because she's a mouse. Free domain cleric that I was that I sort of based her abilities off of, and she was for a novel I was writing where she was one of like the main characters. The idea was it was sort of like an isekai thing where the main character made a bunch of D&D, made a D&D campaign, and he got sucked into the campaign with all of his D&D notes. And I haven't done much work on the novel recently, but I'm thinking of getting back into it because the idea is still very intriguing to me.
Have you ever seen the Red Wall series, the Red Wall books by Brian Jacks? He writes this whole series of books about like mice and squirrels and hares and badgers and all that sort of stuff. And basically they live in this abbey called Red Wall Abbey, and it's all about sort of like the history of this abbey as like different like vermin armies attack it, and people go off on adventures and stuff. And it's a really, really good series. But what I'm liking here is I'm kind of getting almost like a sci-fi version vibe.
That's what I thought Star Wars, because that animated Star Wars we had the blue character, I think the female blue character.
This would be a really good webcomic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of potentially like
Clone Wars.
I think so. Yeah, it was like 3D animated.
Yeah, there's Rebels and Clone Wars, but the story is essentially the DM has his notes. It's called Arthur's Notes. The story, the working title is it's essentially the DM, this dungeon master for a campaign. He gets sucked into his campaign world with all of his like spoilery notes and stuff, and the big bad evil guy.
I'm getting a bit of the gamer vibe here. Like the Korean comic book Gamer. I don't think that's his actual title, but it's called a Gamer thing. I love that. I love that style. I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, and the big bad evil guy gets the hold of the notes and has all this knowledge of the world that he shouldn't have, and he ends up getting an upper hand on the heroes who are the players. So he has to work with the player character embodiments of his friends. So it's a really it's sort of like a complex thing where he has all this knowledge he shouldn't have of the world, but he's just this regular guy trying to fix his mistake that he made. I
can see how that would be really grating as well. Like, this is your friend's character.
Exactly.
The way that they're acting, and it's like, this was funny when we were working at the tabletop, but now I have to deal with this character you created in person.
Yes.
It's killing me.
This is actually the girlfriend of the main character's main character in the story, named Luna, and she is a mouse folk that is just always sad, and like she just has very few emotions because that's how the player wrote her. The girlfriend wrote her, and he has to I know that this is frustrating. He's like constantly trying to get a straight answer out of her, and she talks in idioms like Drax. It was really funny.
Oh, cool. Wonderful.
It's like in a Drax, yeah. Anyways, so that's Luna.
I love Luna. That may possibly be one of my favorites, I think, now, from what you've shown so far.
And then we have the final one here, I think, is Twig, which is something I recently just drew for a whim on a one-shot character. She's a drunken druid. She's a halfling druid that loves alcohol and just is a wildfire druid that just loves burning things because she is a pyromaniac.
Wonderful.
You can see her taking a chug and spraying it accidentally, and just this big flame comes out.
That's exactly. That's one of her. Yeah, that's what he does. Yeah, she does.
I love
That's
it.
really cool.
I just love how happy they look.
It's just looks. She's the happy drunk.
She has no clue that the world is burning behind her, does she? She's literally just trudging from place to place, and it's like, you set the village on fire.
Yeah,
I know.
That's epic.
Okay,
it reminds me. There's a podcast I follow where literally the whole point is that they are the D&D group following the previous D&D group, trying to fix the stuff the first D&D group made they did to the towns. So it's like, this person broke into my shop and stole this, or this person, they set fire to our barn with all the cows in it, all this sort of stuff, and they're literally having to go and act as the cleanup crew for the previous group, the murder hobos that basically. It's a really good concept, and I'm just seeing if I can find the name so I can plug them in a second. 1 second. They are called Not Another D&D Podcast.
I've heard of them. They're amazing,
and they're very good. I have to admit, the first time I listened to them, I was a bit like, I'm not sure where this is. And then I really just fell in love with it. I love the idea that they literally are just like. Yeah, we've got to fix. We arrived in the first adventure. They arrived in a small fishing village where everything's been turned upside down by these people who came in, and while they killed the monster, they destroyed the local fishing industry by allowing it to die in the water, and it's poisoned the water with its blood and all sorts of stuff, and it's just absolutely brilliant. Or I think that's the first episode. I might be getting mixed up with the later one. Because there's like 100 or something episodes.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that was our tapestry. So thank you everyone for sharing. It's always wonderful to see everyone's artwork. Doesn't matter what type it is, like what genre. No, that's not right. Mm-hmm. But thank you very, very much. And again, always midway through our D&D sessions, it will be there to see what wonderful things you do. Of course, you don't have to do the actual tapestry, but you can always do it in the chat as well, and or if you're on our Discord, you can always share your work in our Discord. You don't have to have it displayed, but if you do, the tapestry is there for you. And hopefully we'll get our schedule sorted for our miniature painting so we can actually do it holding it there as well. So that'd be awesome. And back to you, our lovely DM.
Okay. Well, I'm by the way, I apologize to anyone looking at me. I'm not sitting in bed right now. I look like I've got a big cushion behind me in my thing. I just realized I am sitting in our living room, but I'm on the floor because the tiles are much cooler than sitting on the sofa. So it looks like I got a giant pillow behind. I'm not in bed. I'm just clarifying quickly.
And right. I think one more thing really is that the Cardic inspiration for the DM has already been redeemed. We're just waiting for the DM
first
to have
roll off.
First roll to use it. Yeah. Thank you,
Okie dokie. All right. So we're going to begin. We're going to go to the map because I don't have a growth map at the moment. Which to begin with. I do.
You don't have a growth map. It's been over weeks.
Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I've been trying. I've got other things to do as well. I know. I'm just my feelings. Anyway, I'm fine. I have feelings. Everybody knows this.
You have
okay. So when I was growing up, my little sister, whenever we used to make fun of her, used to all tell us, "I have feelings, you know." That's like become the running joke in my house. Whenever something goes on, we make fun of someone. They go, "I have feelings, you know," and that's like, if my sister's watching this, which I know she's not, but if she is watching this, I'm sorry, G, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings growing up. I do lie. I'm your older brother, and I was training you for the tough life ahead. Okie dokie. So basically our group is gonna walk down towards the grove. It's not a very long walk, but it is late at night. You notice that at night, even though it's coming up to midnight, the city is very well illuminated. There are large amounts of sort of like lamps lining the streets. They seem to be using some sort of flickering light of magical origin, encased within a glass cylinder at the top of each. You also know that as before, a number of the buildings are lined with fairy fire. And what this does is it kind of makes it hard for people to hide in the shadows of alleyways. It makes it hard for people to sneak around. And the purpose of this is to ensure that if any invasion happens by the undead through some unknown means, that they can't hide themselves or move around stealthily unless they put a severe effort into it or use some other sort of magical cloaking. It's also very silent. There is no curfew in Manather, and even if there was, as a member of the Wayfarers Guild, you would be allowed out at this hour because Wayfarers come and go at all hours. But you do notice that there's kind of a dearth of individuals in the streets. The only people you do see are a number of people wearing. There's a number of dwarfs, but there's a few humans in their ranks as well. There's also, an orc here and there, and a smattering of sort of like the larger races, the upper races in there, and they are, and it's like a black tabard with like a withered hand imprinted on their chest, impaled upon a sword. And this is and I think that you would definitely know this, Charon, as well as maybe Timus, since he was in the town and maybe doing some research before he arrived here. This is the order of Blightsbane. They are a knightly order dedicated to the eradication of the undead, and they're often deployed beyond the walls of the city. But they also maintain a garrison within Manather itself. They are not dedicated to any one particular deity. In fact, they're a brotherhood of warriors under the command of what's called Silvermouth, who is basically the head of their order, one of the triumvirate. They don't harass you. They see you. Some of them maybe give you a wary nod as you pass by. You notice that their gear is. You probably all notice that their gear is very high quality. You may also notice every now and then, maybe in the more public areas, there are several individuals wearing steam-driven armor, members of the Steam Guard. And they are, of course, they're not really meant for stealth or moving around very fast. They're highly defensive force. So they sort of gather in areas that are wide open spaces. That would be areas that maybe people would congregate during an invasion, or might become areas that would need to be held and defended. You can see that there's a very strong militant presence at night that you didn't see during the day. Definitely to have ramped up as dark fell.
DM, did you say that this is typical in Manather, or just particularly?
Yes, you would know this is typical.
This is typical.
This is typical. Yeah, this is the means by which Manather patrols its street to make sure that from the outside haven't managed to find their way in, or that traitors from the inside aren't able to help on the outside. You also notice that there are 2 large zeppelins that seem to be circling the city. These are run by the Smeek Expeditionary Force, and they basically provide eyes in the sky. They're 2 cousin branches of the defense forces of Manather. They're almost exclusively run by goblins. You would know this, but they do allow other races in as well. It's just that it's more of a clan-run business. So you see a lot of within these groups. Again, this is typical. There doesn't seem to be a heightened security, but you can tell there's a definite different feel to Manather in the evening. Okay, it doesn't take long for you to move. It doesn't take long for you to get to the Grove. So,
are we meeting Granny at the Grove or at her shop?
She told you that she would meet you. She told you that she would meet you at the Grove. She did say that she would meet you there, but probably as you come towards the Grove, you see she's standing there in the shadows, a black. What seems to be almost like a black bonnet on. and she is looking at you sort of almost primly, as if to say, as if to say, well, just about on time, but not quite. And she looks over at you. She sees your group as like it seems everyone's there. She particularly eyes William, seeing that he's turned up, gives an approving nod, and with a bony finger, she sort of like gestures to you as she passes through into the trees. She leads you through the trees for about 10 minutes until you come to within the clearing. There is a set of standing stones, as well as a large, seems to be almost like a stone shrine, within which you can see there are a number of votive offerings. There's a number of arrowheads. Some herbs have been laid out there as well. There appears to be even some choice and fruits that have been left there. And this is the shrine of Pyros, who's the god of the hunt. Within the confines of the shrine, you see embedded into the stone wall, much as it has been within the Temple of Sirith, there is a small sliver of stone. This sort of glows with it glows very, very slightly with green luminescence. But other than that, appears to be passive rather than actively produce any magical. Granny is, as you approach the clearing, Granny is standing there alongside Nanny Oaks. As you come into, you see that Granny appears to be flustered and angry. Nanny Oaks is standing beside her, and right on either side of her are two really, really big, strapping men. One is massive. He is probably pushing almost, for a human, he's pushing 7 feet. He's got really broad shoulders, basically as thick as people's leg. He's like his arms are as thick as someone like Benton's thumb in their sort of like difference of proportions. He's wearing a appears to be like a leather apron. He has a large hammer at his belt. He also he appears to be very well kept. He's got a very short trimmed beard, and he's looking over at you sort of with not suspicion, but just almost a bit like wariness. He doesn't know you. Also, besides he's very large, but where this other man is well kept, looks very professional in his manner. This individual seems to be wearing like a mishmash version of the Steam Guard armor. It doesn't quite seem to fit him. In fact, it seems to be aren't actually sealed; they're just strapped around his limbs with leather belts, like leather straps. Instead, more like armor plate, a sealed suit of armor. He has a very poorly fitting helmet on his head, as well as a large bugle and a spear. He has a bugle in one hand and a spear in the other. And you can see, looking at his face, you can see he actually looks quite young. Got quite sort of like a spotty complexion. He's sort of grown out of his acne, but not completely. He's also looking at you. He's looking over at askance at Nanny Oaks. As you arrive, sort of Granny turns, as you sort of follow her in, Granny turns to you, and she she looks over at you and says, "Well, good to see that you're okay. Had a bit of a problem. Things not going as they should be. The Triumvirate, our leadership, they decided in their infinite wisdom," you can hear the scoff in her voice as she says that, "to ignore my advice and they sent in a posse of armed farmers and trackers to try and hunt down the wolves. Fortunately, most of them were not harmed, only roughed up a bit. But one or two are in serious condition. And then she sort of gestures over, and you see there's this halfling standing there, looking really miserable. He looks like he wants to leave, but one glare from Granny, and he's rooted to the spot.
Sorry, I was disconnected real quick. What just happened? Is there somebody hurt?
Okay, so
I apologize.
Okay. Basically, Granny told you that the Triumvirate had ignored her advice and had gathered a whole load of farmers and trackers to sort of try and go in and hunt down the wolves. It didn't go very well. Several of them were seriously injured, and a number of them were, the others were either unconscious or suffering from at least minor wounds. No one was killed, but there are a few, as I said, quite severe injuries. She also gestures over to where you see this halfling. Unfortunately, Granny and Nanny's presence kind of captured your attention when you came in, but you can see sort of closer towards Nanny Oaks, sort of rooted to the spot, is this halfling. Now, the halfling, he's standing very shakily. He's very shakily. He's looking very, very nervous. He keeps glancing into the shadows and looking longingly back over at the lights of the Darning Mushroom Inn, which is not too far away from here. He is completely white-faced, soaked in his own sweat. He has a bandaged left arm, as is his right leg, and he's like been given almost like a crude crutch to stand with. As you walk into the clearing, he sort of shies away from you in panic, and tries to sort of like move behind one of the big men, but Granny gives him a look. You know, like a look like when a teacher finds you doing something wrong in class.
Yeah.
Gives him that sort of like that eagle-eyed glare, and he just roots to the spot. As Granny turns back to you and goes, "This is young Weatherby. He's one of the 5 Mills clan's families, and he is one of the survivors. I've questioned him, but maybe you want to ask him some questions yourself before you go in and sort this problem out properly."
Timus will go ahead.
Nope, you go. You started.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Alrighty. KENARI, seeing and noticing all the stuff on the stone table, is gonna like pull off the meat, and she's gonna like flick out her dagger and like slice off not a huge chunk, but like a pretty decent size off the meat, and like walk over and like just set it down.
Wait,
as you're about to do
Daisy? Like, does Daisy see that? Is Daisy with you?
No, Daisy's back.
Daisy's back with
everything.
Oh,
Daisy is not with us. Daisy is not with us.
Nanny sort of turns to you, and she goes, "Oh, you don't want to be doing that, my girl."
Okay, so she takes it, and instead she tosses it in her mouth and eats it, and just like swallows it after chewing for maybe like a second.
Who asked why not? Was it William?
Yeah, William will say, why not? I thought most gods love offerings.
Oh, they do, but that's all. Pyros' shrine there. He's the god of the hunt. You got to hunt and catch your food before you can offer it to him.
Oh.
He doesn't like
that makes
domestic offerings.
Sounds
take
like you're
some
pretty
things.
familiar.
Oh,
this.
me and old Pyros. I could tell you stories.
I'm sure you could.
Okay,
You can see embarrassed. The two men behind her just look embarrassed.
Alright, William is going to cast his spell of Goodberry. He has 10. He'll give one to each of the party member, and offer one up for the shrine. So that is, what is that?
I don't think he'll take it
5,
considering he didn't gather it, though.
Well, I mean, the shrine doesn't seem to reject it, and Nanny doesn't seem to give you a look either way. She appreciates the attempt, but there's any effect or anything from that offering.
All right. Instead of doing that, I will hand one to each of the party members, and with the remaining 5, I will go to the people that look like the least well off. The people that seem to be most damaged, and just kind of hand them out.
There's only one there. That's the halfling, Weatherby. He is he's standing there. The others are presumably in the local infirmary or hospital.
Okay. So after
All
swallowing that, KENARI is going to take the meat and sling it back up over her shoulder and start sniffing the air for any scent or track, anything. Or no, wait, pause. She's gonna walk over to the halfling and lower down and start breathing in to catch the scent of the wolves in order to track them.
Don't hurt me, miss! Don't hurt me! So sort of backs off away from you. Oh, don't hurt me! Don't hurt me! Just...
You're perfectly fine there, Weatherby.
Just
so,
sniffing.
what happened out there?
We was attacked. We was out there. Oh, I had my stick and my short bow. We went out there, and then it was all fur and teeth. And I was on the floor, my leg being shaken, and I was trampled on as the others ran to escape. They left me behind. I think old Doggins jumped on my head, and then I was sitting there, drifting. My thoughts drifting in and out. And I couldn't quite concentrate. And I remember. You don't understand. There was voices. There was voices in the dark. I don't. Please say you believe me.
Timus is gonna hover over on his little board and just narrow, push his glasses further into himself and just sort of look at him and just can I do an insight check?
Yeah, on that, does KENARI pick up any actual wolf scent?
Can you roll a perception check for KENARI? And I believe you would have. Do you have advantage because you're out in the wild at the moment? Or was it +2? I can't remember. What is your?
It would be out in the wild, but since this is technically part of an enclosure in a city, I'm gonna let you make the call.
I'm making the call.
Help?
This is a natural area, more or less natural area, so I'm going to let you.
So perception with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, I did not. Okay.
So Timus, you can't really see anything too much. You can see he looks like he's telling the truth, but you really can't read his expressions. He's panting, sweating. He keeps fidgeting and holding and squeezing his injured arm. He's bright red in the face, and his probably quite stylishly coiffed hair is now laying lank down over his forehead. Maybe it's the twitching, the jerking, the eyes flashing out to the darkness every now and then, but it's really kind of messing with your ability to read his intentions.
KENARI got it. I rolled a 20 and a 1. So, give me the deets. Give me the deets.
Yeah, I'll give you the deets. So sniffing in the air, I mean, you can't smell the scent of wolf in this clearing, but you can smell. You can definitely smell the scent of probably upon Weatherby himself. You can smell the scent of a wolf or a beast of some kind. Perhaps over the 21, you've probably seen wolves before. Maybe you've seen what a wolf bite looks like. And you remember the scent of when you were hunting them or hunting with them. So yeah, I'd say you can definitely tell that
Can I
large
get
canid of some kind.
Okay, it says on Natural Explorer here, while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number, their sizes, and how long ago they passed the area. Can I get an exact number with my roll? Would I know exactly how many wolves there are and how big they are?
Not really, because what you're doing is you're not doing a tracking here. You're checking over Weatherby to see whether you can smell the scent of the wolf upon him. So you can tell that yes, a large canid, probably a wolf, or several of them were surrounding him at one point, and it wasn't too long ago.
Would I be able to get the gender based on the scent and the pheromone scent? Does it seem like it's a big pack of male wolves, or does it seem like it's a blended pack?
I mean, I would say probably with that perception check, I mean, you probably can't tell the smell between, a wolf is a male or a female, but you can probably tell there were a number of different scents.
Okay.
Wolf, probably a wolf, large canine of some kind, and a group of them surrounding him at one point. Very recent.
Got it. So she's gonna stop and she's just gonna look at him and just go, "So how did you get away?"
I don't exactly know. I was there. My leg. Someone was pulling on my leg, and you do believe me, don't you?
I do, but you need to take a deep breath because we can't do anything if you're going.
They was talking. They was talking.
Were they the one talking?
They was talking. They was arguing. Is it going to eat me or not?
Was it in your head or was it out loud?
He was eating my leg. She's gonna say.
She rolls her eyes and stands up and looks over to William, and this is probably the only time her eyes are a weird kind of a you deal with it before I actually knock him out. Please. Kind of a look.
Timus is gonna hover over towards Granny Oaks. And
Nanny Oaks or Granny Atmos?
Sorry, Granny Atmos and Nanny Oaks. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The two of them, and just sort of ask, say, well, would you know where the wolves might be at this current moment in time?
Granny looks at you and your little floaty thing. Disapprovingly, remember, she wasn't too happy about you doing it the first time around. Wasting magic. Move around.
It's not waste if it's useful.
She looks at you thoughtfully and she says, "Well, I'm no tracker. I tend to walk in these woods with no problem. I know nothing in here is as terrible as me. But I would say if you're confident in your tracking abilities, you can simply head out and pick up the trail. I understand the attack happened," and she points towards the southwest. There's about I'd say about half a kilometer in that direction.
Okay. Timus will look toward. Yeah.
What way she pointed?
She points towards the southwest.
So down here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Over here.
Yeah, she points that direction, basically.
Got it. I'm gonna mark it.
So Timus will float over towards our Dragonborn fellow, Kyrie, and ask her in the most polite way possible. Oh, well, it looks like we have a direction and a heading. You're the tracker of the group from the looks of things. So, could you help us find our wolves?
I have no problem finding the wolves. The problem is whether or not the messages that he was hearing were actually vocal or if they were in his head. Because if they're coming from his head, we're dealing with something that's magic. And she looks over to the two older ladies of So I'm going to need both of you to be very clear. Do you know more information about these wolves before we go chastise them? Your words, not mine.
She looks at you. Granny looks at you, and Nanny also looks over, and you like in interest. You like interest, like, oh, someone's got a good head on her shoulders. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, old Esmeralda?
Her tail behind her is like wagging in like an irritated cat kind of a fashion of like, let's
Lashing
move it
tail.
along.
Granny looks at you and she goes, I don't know exactly what's going on here. What I can tell you is, from what I understand, this pack is far too big for a forest of this kind to support. There should not be a pack this large in here. I'm telling you. However, I don't really know if they are, I don't really know if they're magic or not. I'm assuming if they're talking, something's gone wrong with them. But that's why I'm asking you to investigate. I would do it myself. But the triumvirate have tried to give me something else to do. Something that requires my full attention. Really, I should be at it right now.
If that's the case, Tim sort of hops off his little board, and as he hops down, he's going to use his critter shape to transform into a... let me look to see what I actually have. Because it has to be a challenge rating critter of... Let me look at actually the rules
Is it a
of this.
or something? Or a 0?
Yeah, it's a beast challenge rating 0. So it has... Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But I'm looking for something that's like challenge rating 0, but still has some good tracking abilities.
Cat. Cat has keen perception.
Pig.
Or dog.
Pig has the
let me
best
look.
nose out of all the animal species.
I don't know what the I know a cat has keen senses.
We
Cat
have
can see in the
eagle.
dark.
We have eagle. We have scorpion. We have raven. An owl.
Cat has advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on smell.
I could also do an owl.
I don't think you can fly
fly
at
yeah.
this level. I don't think you can fly at this level.
I'm not a druid. It's a critter shape. It's specifically just beast of challenge rating 0. It
0.
doesn't matter for that fly speed. It's not druid stuff. It's mage stuff.
It's a hedge wizard. It's the hedge wizard.
Yeah.
Tool.
So I'm leaning towards owl.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna do because they have perception check in the dark, and it's dark right now.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna ask, does someone have a lantern or a light that they're going to give us? Because I don't have dark vision.
I have
I
the
think-
cantrip light.
Okay.
could work.
Same here.
Well, keen hearing and sight as as Timbus jumps down, you see like him transform into like his body morphs and warps into a little small owl that's sort of wearing these tiny little spectacles that morph with him, and a little tiny hat. As he sort of and flaps his wings and makes his way 60 feet up in the air.
Okay.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. My passive perception, I have a dark vision of 20 feet. And my perception is a +4, it looks like.
In that
But I
case,
have
should you be
advantage.
60 feet up in the air?
I have a fly speed of 60 feet, so
Okay.
that's why I would basically be flying 60 feet up in the air.
All right. Well, okay. Cool. All right.
Yeah, so I'm
No,
a
it's
lot
okay,
faster
keep
at flying than walking with an owl.
Okay. Cool. So, what do you want to do then?
He's going to gesture towards KENARI and just sort of like head tilt towards the direction of where we're supposed to go, and wait for her to make the first move.
Okay.
And
William-
I'll basically be the aerial view essentially.
All right. William is going to reach into his component pouch and pull out little bit of phosphorescent moss and squeeze it, and then touch his chest plate and cast the light cantrip on his chest.
Okay.
Just so everybody can see a little bit.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Impressive.
All right, so you are now radiating a 20-foot radius of of bright light, and then a further 20-foot radius of dim light. Basically, you're a little like a beacon in the darkness,
Do we need
casting
more
the
light?
woods into shadow.
And a target, a really big target. Yeah, Karen, use all the light we can use, honestly. Couldn't hurt any.
He sort of gives like both of the witches like a really like look, and the shield does the light cantrip onto their shield. Not technically equips like on the back, but at least it'll still be like illuminated, whether it's in their hand or whether it's just on the back of them. But
Yeah.
that should be okay, I think.
Yeah.
So then you've got some more light.
Okay.
You're lighting up the darkness of the wood. Basically, the woods which were looking gloomy and forbidding beforehand are now illuminated. But you can see, like, as the shadows of the trees stretch out before you, and you also see like a number of small critters, sort of like scurrying away in the dark, making their way up the trees, hiding in the knot holes of those trees. So you've sort of illuminated the landscape around you, or about depending where you're standing, about 40 feet, 50 feet in either direction.
Kenari starts walking in the direction pointed, and
All right, William's going to be right behind her, just
Now,
trying to light the way for her.
Kenari, are you still carrying those big sacks of meat?
yes, yes.
Okay. I just need to know that because you are carrying 2 haunches of goat leg.
Right.
It is quite heavy.
So do you need me to make a strength constitution, or?
I would like you to take an athletics check to see how you're handling the weight.
Okay. Don't fail me now.
Okay,
There we
so
go.
for at least for the first hour,
love it
half
when
an
it
hour,
works
it's not
in
going
the
to bother you
narrative.
at all. You feel a slight twinge, maybe, but then you sort of shift on your shoulders, and
It's the wire. It's the wire holding
It's the wire.
it over.
It's the wire
God.
digging into your shoulders.
Yeah.
So that's about it. You sort of readjust it. Suddenly, it's over the leather strap that's part of your armor, holding your backpack on, and you can't feel it anymore. So yeah, you for a little while.
Yay!
Okay.
So as they make their way towards the flying owl that is now Timus, Timus is going to just sort of how far up to like the trees get before it starts like being impossible to see from the aerial view.
These are. I'd say that they're not like massive trees.
Not like redwood.
Yeah, I'd say sort of like sort of general urban forest of trees you'd see around a city, really.
Yeah.
So I should
more
stay within
diminutive than their wild cousin.
Okay. Well, I'll stay 60 foot above the ground and just sort of like keep an eye out with my 120 foot of dark vision with perception check.
Okay.
Every now and then, just keeping my eye out for any wolves.
Okay.
Ooh.
So what's the marching order? No. Who's
it's
where?
Kenari first, with William right behind her, kind of in like I'm assuming it's not like a headlight sort of situation, but it's like from around her the light pours forward, so she's able to see, but maybe not like completely right in like right. It's like that cone.
It's not blinding you. You keep your night vision as well as
No, I don't have night vision.
I mean is general night vision, not dark vision. I mean like the night vision we all have.
Yeah.
You're not losing your ability to see a bit further into the dark by it.
Right.
You just you're using the illumination. It just means that you'll be blinded if the light goes out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like when you have guards outside a campfire, they stare out instead of in, because if they stare in, they lose their night vision.
Right.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you're sort of so it's KENARI, William, followed by. I'm guessing above we have. I'm going to say in the middle we'll have Timus, sort of like above the party.
I'd be a little bit ahead. I'd be a little bit ahead, like right where KENARI is, probably, if not.
All right, so I'll put Timus in front of William, so I just know which way you're moving in.
Okay.
So Timus is 10. I just need to know basically who's in which order. So basically, if I have something which I'm not saying I do, but if I have something which says the first 3 people in the group are hit by a trap or whatever, it's something that I know who's who or where. Or it's got a 5-foot radius, so it's 5-foot radius all around, so I know that KENARI and the next person next to would be affected. All right, so we've got William, followed by, I'm guessing we'd have ZARRIEL and then probably Caron bringing up the rear. Is that right, with the light, or is Caron going to be in the middle?
Well, ZARRIEL's here too, isn't he?
That's what I said. ZARRIEL followed by Caron, or Caron.
Oh, got it. I missed that part.
I don't mind. What would you prefer, ZARRIEL?
I would prefer to be third, so I can cast light on KENARI, so she can see regardless. And I have a question for you, Xander. Is my mage armor still running?
Is your? I can't hear you. Sorry.
Is my mage armor still running?
8 hours, isn't it?
Yes.
And you put it on. You put it on when you were shopping, and you went out at 2. So, and it's midnight now. So I'd say probably not. Even if you were out at 3 or 4, that would still be pushing it. So it would be going out really soon, if not before then.
I will recast it then.
So you recast mage armor.
Yep.
All right. So this luminescent, it's like a luminescent, almost like, is it, or does it actually look like armor?
It's a quick glow as my whole body is engulfed in radiant light, and then it dims out, becoming invisible.
Hey, I just like to know what these look like in people's minds.
It's always cool.
And so that means that Caron's bringing up the rear. Is that right?
Am I rolling perception checks now then? Or is Timus rolling perceptions?
We're both.
I need to know what you're looking for. Timus, what are you looking for?
Wolves in any way, shape, just like tracks, signs of wolves, just anything to do with like any form of like wolf or like canine creature in the area, so I could just help find where these guys are, where these wolves are.
And can I have KENARI roll as well, please?
Yep.
KENARI, what are you looking for? Are you scent, sight? I kind of want to know what sort of you're focusing on. Looking for tricks.
She, still knowing that smell and having it in her nose, she is going to pick up and look for any more scent. And if she can't catch anything, she's going to just keep scouring the bushes for any sign of like track movements or like animals that look like they're running away from something.
Okay, so
that's not them. That's not them. Yeah.
So. You're looking for tracks, so I want you to roll a survival check, please. And Timus, actually, I was going to say it's survival, not perception.
It's not perception.
No, you're tracking in the wild. Technically, you're looking for signs of the wilderness. So you're looking for signs of the wilderness. So it's a survival check.
I thought it was going to be perception. That's why I specifically chose owl.
Yeah, okay, it's like Bear Grylls, he's survival specialist.
Okay, then.
Otherwise, when do you get to use survival? Anytime you get to use it.
Well, it's still +4. It's still a +4 for the owl.
Well, I'll let the perception roll stand that time then, but it is survival next time. Okay, just wait.
Okay, no,
I've done it. And KENARI she's got a 13.
Isn't it?
Do you get any pluses or bonuses because you're in the wild?
I get, while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact sizes and how long they pass through the area. Terrain doesn't slow your group's difficulty. You can't become by magic means when you're engaged in another activity while traveling, foraging, navigating, or other tracking. You are alert to danger. Other than that, no, I don't. Oh, you have advantage on initiative rolls. Nope, nothing. Sorry.
Okay, so I would say that with a roll of 13. So, so with a roll of 13, Kenari, you would definitely be able to tell. And I'm doing Kenari first because Zara, you would sorry, not Zariel. Timus, we probably see something very similar, but so basically what you see is what Kenari's doing. But when I get to Kenari's part, because she's a ranger, I'll get a little bit more information for her. So basically, first of all, you do find wolf tracks, a large number of them that seem to be passing in a relatively ordered line through the undergrowth. They seem to be moving. Basically, where you first pick up the tracks is another small clearing. And you can see the signs of a recent scuffle of some kind. You can see shreds of clothing on the ground. You can see a large number of tracks. Seem to be men and halflings. Seem to be scattering in all directions. You also see a large number of wolf tracks that seem to be either chasing after the individuals or surrounding them.
Whoa, okay.
Those wolf tracks they seem to then head off further in the same direction, southwest, away from the clearing. You can't see anything that was dragged or moved, or it seems to have been taken with them. There's no dragged off by the wolves. Nor do you find any savage remains or carcasses.
So as we come into this clearing where this scuffle happened, do we see any dead bodies just laying around?
No, there are no carcasses.
Okay.
There are no cadavers or anything like that. It just appears that it appears like the fight seems to have been relatively bloodless. You do find splashes of blood here and there, but it's not in the quantities that would seem to tell you of a large, like a slaughter or anything that happened here. It seems that a fight ensued. The wolves got the better of the humans and chased them off into the woods. You then see the same tracks seem to recongregate into a pack of wolves again, and then move further off into the undergrowth. Nari, you would be able to tell. Yes.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, you were doing Timus. Continue.
And I was saying, Kenari, you would see that, but you would also see, Kenari would know that there were 6 wolves in total. The wolves seem to be slightly larger than wolves that you're used to. They seem to be very like prime specimens of their kind. They don't seem to be like dire wolves or anything big like that. It's not quite that size, but definitely these are prime specimens. You also see that there are a number of them that seem to be slightly larger than the others, indicating that there are a few there are sort of an equal dispersion between males and females in the group. Is there any other information I should tell you as a ranger? Can you just remind me what else you would learn?
Number, sizes, and how long ago they passed through the area.
Okay, so you would know that. So looking very carefully and checking the different remains, you check the scat, you check all the things that you can find. You see that according to sort of the compression of the grass, the maybe the scratches and the bark as wolves sort of brushed up against them and got small pieces of fur.
Yeah, like touching the track marks and feeling heat still off them.
Exactly. You can tell this was not long ago. Probably about an hour, maybe slightly more, but not much more than that.
Okay.
Real quick confirmation for your confusion, Nick. The reason why it does that is because it's using the wild shape rules of if I have a higher stat, it uses that stat instead.
If that is the case, okay.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Don't question me.
It's all right. We'll look at I just to clarify, as the DM, I did check wild shape. I did check critter shape. It is like that. Basically, it's like wild shape, but with really limited animals.
Exactly.
So yeah, he can use his higher stat in that case.
DM, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I wanted to finish my spiel before we continue. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was holding my tongue and only doing it in DMs.
My question was, because I know the area quite well, do I know how large this particular grove actually is?
Well, Karen has been sort of in the gateway the majority of his time there. He's not slipped off to different religious areas, really.
No, but would I have an idea about like the general size of the grove in itself?
God, I told Luea this. She asked me. Luea, do you remember how much I told you? How big I told you it was? I wrote it down somewhere, but I'm looking through my book frantically.
What was your question?
You asked me the size of the grove.
The size of the grove, yeah.
Oh, it was about 53 acres.
Yeah, it's not huge.
Acres. So what would that be in terms of feet?
Roughly about 23-ish, 23,000. He wrote it down. Hold on, I have it in my DMs. It's about, give or take. I don't think it's that much, but well, it could be.
That's the perimeter.
2 million square feet.
That's the square feet. Yeah.
Oh, with perimeter. So yeah.
I had to do a bit. It was really funny. I was on Google Earth looking down at like how much is this in acres.
Oh, bless you.
It's like looking at people's farms and things.
Yeah, so
probably
it doesn't.
That this is a 40-acre farm.
So it doesn't. It doesn't look very big, but the grove itself doesn't look very big, but it is very very large.
It's
so even though I have the X marked and it looks like we only have a little bit more left to go, that little bit could be anywhere between another 20 or 40. That could be another like 20 to 30 acres.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
So yeah, it is quite large. It is. I mean, probably there's some arcane aspect that allows it to be a bit bigger than it is physically. I mean, this is a very again. This is like an urban forest. In a world where you can't leave the confines of your city, everything that they can do to kind of make a little bit of natural sort of or semi-natural world that wasn't can is important.
Cool.
Anyway, so yeah, you do see, and you see the packed footsteps, paw prints heading off towards further towards the southwest.
Okay. She's going to keep walking that way, and unless someone actually asks her a question, she doesn't really relay too much information and just keeps going because it takes more time to explain it to everyone than to just go and continue.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we trust your skills. We'll just follow you.
All right, you've been. I'd say you've been walking for about. I mean, from Granny to the first meeting, following the tracks. You've probably been walking for about half an hour. It's not a straight track; it sort of winds through the trees quite a lot.
Make another strength or athletics check for the second meet.
No, because I said like for the next hour you'll be okay.
Oh, I thought you said half hour. Okay, continue.
So well, I think I said half an hour to an hour. I mean, an hour's fine. I think let's say an hour. That was a good roll. That was a good strong roll. So you're fine. So you're sort of so as you're sort of walking, following this track, maybe every now and then KENARI and Timus and you kind of lose it, but it doesn't take long to find it again. You know, you don't get lost finding it. You know that you can one or two times when you drift off, KENARI, your ranger skills help you guys stay on track. And Timus is able to pick out maybe the route that it's going because of his height. So he's able to sort of like help guide everyone before they end up drifting off slightly off the path. Little hoots coming here and there, trying to exactly try to get people on track. It's been about half an hour, and suddenly KENARI probably hears it first, but it's not a hidden sound. It's quite apparent to the majority, well, probably to all of you. You start to hear the sound of snapping twigs and rustling leaves. Okay, Kenari, your survival senses, and also I'm using the same rolls as before. You would know something big is making its way towards you. Maybe more than one thing.
She's going to like slowly take the meat off her shoulder ground, and she's just going to like, not turning around, she's going to just quietly say, "Get low."
Okay.
To the like the group, and kind of like whisper, campaign it back to the back of the group.
Okay.
Okay. Timus is definitely gonna hold, like, perch on a branch nearby, just sort of keep a watch on like where where this like noise is coming from, seeing this happen.
Okay.
Yay! A map.
So as you, okay, so you place the food in front of you. The rest of you, can I get everybody on the board, please? Let's get everybody on the board. You know where everybody is.
Top left or bottom right?
Let's say bottom right.
So I'd be at the end, about maybe there. For the end
tree.
Of the group.
Like, how come I
So
can't?
let's get you a little bit more towards the center because you were sort of walking along when it sort of happened. So let's get you, about where Charon is.
So I'd be at the end.
Yeah, Charon's at the end, followed by ZARRIEL, followed by William. Timus is sort of either next to William or slightly in front of him.
Tree from,
And
yeah,
Kenari's
like,
moved into the trees.
Oh no,
Okay.
I just dragged myself there. That's all. I didn't mean to do that. So like, if we're on this path, which way did we come from? Like, did we come from over here?
I know you came
Did
from
we
the southwest, but I'm going to say down at the bottom just because that's the way the map is sort of set up.
So down over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Technically speaking, like it should be like the other way.
Oh, is it the other way? Okay, so
yeah,
we're
it should
over
be the other
here.
way. Let's get you up. Let's get you up at the top because you're sort of heading down.
Okay.
Heading down.
Okay, I'll be over here then.
So she's gonna go and like just a little off the path that's there. She's just gonna like lower down and like keep her hand on this string for this meat, and like her other one is just not like ready, but like if necessary, it's been moved closer to her axe if she gets a jump. Kind of a thing.
Right. Okay. And Charon, you need to be over there as well with the others.
So I was just letting people know that
That's
I
the light cantrip. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just as a reminder. I mean, I know it's meant to be 20, but I don't like how big it is, so it's just as a reminder. That's all. Okay, cool.
Okay, so as you sort of like
I can't
follow,
even see that.
as you sort of follow Kenari's advice, everybody down. You put the meat down in front of you. You see, you sort of like the rustling gets louder, crunching, and the thumping of heavy paw prints, of heavy paws as they approach, as they approach you through the clearing. And from out of the undergrowth lumber two large shapes. They are not wolves. They are in fact far larger than wolves. They are eyeing up the food that you've placed in front of them, and then they also notice your presence. They are very large forms, punched with massive eyes, beaks that can tear through flesh and metal at will.
Oh, geez. I know what this is. I knew it.
Oh, crap. Man, there goes that plan.
Two massive owlbears lumber into the clearing. Kenari, roll a survival check for me, please. Actually, perception check. Timus, you can as well because you were looking for tracks, so you'll probably be very observant at the moment. You just roll a
Perception or survival?
perception.
Okay.
I would have advantage on this because I'm so an owl.
Xanny, a reminder that I am at a passive perception of 21.
Not very good. She was not ready for the owl bears.
Okay, so... Well,
She's never seen one before.
It's quite obvious. All right, so ZARRIEL, about Bane. All right, so you're preparing it. You preparing an action when they get in range. You're gonna write Bane. Okay. All right. About prepared actions, you actually have to tell me beforehand. You're like setting up an ambush or something. But
Oh, I couldn't use my.
in this case, I mean, so were you setting up Bane even before they came into the clearing?
No, I didn't know they were there. You said they were there, so I started. I'm fine with wasting a spell slot knowing that it's only 6 seconds.
No, I know it's 6 seconds. I'm just saying that when it comes, I need to know if it's preparing an action. I need like it's basically started an encounter, so I need to know that before that happens. But okay, that's fine. All right, so you're prepping it. So you're prepping an action. If you come into range, you'll cast Bane. All right, so one thing though, Timus and KENARI, and KENARI would notice this as well. I think pretty much all of you would notice this, but they look. Both of them look worse for wear. You can notice that there are several bite marks that seem to have be upon their limbs. Some large gashes. They look thin and seem to be nursing some barely healed wounds. They don't seem to be in prime shape for apex predators.
Okay.
Yeah. So
with so they see the food, they see you, and giving out a hooting cry, both lumber towards you to the attack. Please roll inch.
Frick, do I get advantage on initiative, right?
You do.
That's what it says. Okay, good. Frick. Frick.
So what did my natural 20 my 20 perception see? Sorry.
I told you that they were damaged. Basically, that they're not in great condition.
That's the okay. That was the thing. Okay, got it. Okay.
Initiative is a skill check, correct?
Yes. Can we please roll initiative order?
I am trying. It's not letting me roll it.
Let me just make sure I've got the initiative tracker up. There we go. I've got it up now. Need to. Sorry. Can I? I need to. Look, sorry, guys. I've still got it up from last time. I need to clear it. Can we?
Oh.
Can we wait?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I need to clear it. All right. Sorry. Can we clear? Okay. The list is cleared. Can we roll initiative, please? It's my fault. Sorry.
And don't forget to click on your on your token first.
Yeah.
Does my initiative still stand?
You got a natural 20.
You still will have. I think you still have. You still get it.
Okay. Yeah. I know. I did it. I did advantage, so I wanted to make sure like I wasn't rolling again.
My original was 511. If going on the first one that I rolled.
No, wait. We're re-rolling it because I've
okay.
got.
Cool. Hey, good.
Okay, so one didn't do so good.
I am not on the list.
Okay, so yeah, I don't. Did you click on your token before you roll?
I did. It's in the chat.
Okay.
You
So
have to roll again.
No.
It's alright.
okay.
It's alright. Xander can. If you do it again, Xander can put in the second roll that we're using. So that's okay.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that
So
rolls.
are you on now? Yeah. So it was 14.1.
So it's 22.
Go.
Um,
And now I'll put this in order.
Wait, you said initiative, right?
Initiative, yeah.
Yeah, I got a 22 on my. Oh, okay, okay.
I took the one that's on there.
Xander,
Yes,
I rolled and I missed my token. The second.
I know, but but I was that the.
The first one was the
But KENARI's
one.
on there. No, I know, ZARRIEL. So so you rolled it, but I asked you all to re-roll it because I didn't have it up at the time.
Yeah, and I rolled a third time because I didn't have my token ready
Okay.
the second time.
All right, so I'll get so you can get it on. So it was 21.15. Okay, I've got 2 Kenaris on here now for some reason. No, sorry, Kenari and Karen have exactly the same initiative. Whew. That nearly threw me there. I need to delete these people. All right,
I
let me
wanted
just get everything.
I wanted to clarify. Were we going by my new roll, my second one that put me on the board, or are we going by the first roll that I got? Because I had to roll it with initiative with advantage, so I rolled twice, and then I rolled a third time to get put on the board. So which one do you want to take?
I said we were rolling the second roll that we
So you
did.
could probably do it with the advantage again because it's the first.
The second roll, she did another roll underneath, which was 5. So I'm going to say that was the advantage roll.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, so
I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
okay, that's my fault because I didn't have it cleared from the last game.
It's fine.
Alrighty, Roo. So, ZARRIEL, it is your turn.
ZARRIEL?
Nick?
Nick, are you there?
He's moving his token, but I can't hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Nick. Sorry.
Muted your mic, dude.
I had it
Got you
one
back.
time, like an hour ago.
Okay, so I will move in range 30 feet from each of them. I have to check.
Can you turn up your mic a bit? I know you can't help it because it's your other mic. Can you try turning it up a little bit for us, or talk close to the mic? It's the music; it makes it hard to hear you.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this will be pleasant for your ears, though.
Okay, it's all right.
Okay, so this is maximum. This is all this thing can muster.
Okay.
That's fine. It sounds great now, ZARRIEL. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm. Is it in range? I'm not sure.
So you're moving into range and you're letting loose Bane.
Yeah, I'm moving in range. This should be in range.
Okay, would you mind putting Bane up just so we can see what it does again?
Yeah, of course. Bane. Level 1, correctly.
Fantastic.
Charisma save.
Each of them must make charisma saving throws. So I'll do that for both the owlbears now. So the first owlbear, I will cast. So I'll do a charisma saving throw for the first one. What's the what they got to beat?
They got to beat 14, I think. Yeah.
Sorry, is that a fail or a
fail?
Fail.
14.
Okay. All right, and the second one.
Cool.
So this owlbear is affected by it. This owlbear is not.
I'm
Okay.
going to put like a marker on it.
Yeah, I didn't see the ping, darling.
So this owlbear that's going to have a little marker on it. Good idea. Let's say
Red dot?
not looking very
Yeah,
happy.
Okay, that works.
Unhappy little face.
Cool.
And the other one, which is fine, sort of like looks over at its partner, is sort of like suddenly slumping as if there's a great weight upon it. Seems to have lost a lot of its desire for the fight. The other one just looks starving.
Yep.
Dario, do you have anything else you'd like to do?
Convert 2 sorcery points into a spell slot.
Okay.
And
Using 2 sorcery points to regain your spell slot.
yeah,
Okay.
putting me up to 2. That's all.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir. All right, brilliant. Next up is William the Afflicted.
Okay, so William will run into battle. He can make it to right here. He'll hold up his shield to kind of protect ZARRIEL, get in front of him.
Are you taking the protect stance?
No, it's just flavor. Just what I'm doing. I'm just standing in front of him. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to cast Shillelagh, which is a bonus action. I will infuse my wooden stake with magical energy, light energy, and that is my bonus action. And in my action, I will cast Sacred Flame on the one that is afflicted by Bane. He needs to make C14 save.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh,
DC 14 save, and I have to take D4 away from that. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's only 2 damage.
And it is a dexterity saving throw. Alright, owlbears are not known for their nimbleness. But they're not slow either.
I don't know, man. Have you ever met a grizzly?
Fair enough.
Okay, so that is minus 1d4, but that would still be a fail. So the first one takes 2 radiant damage.
So anyways, it started
that's all I
black.
can do right now.
Okay.
And I will just kind of post myself up in front of Zariel, sorry. And
Okey-dokey.
my turn there.
Alright, so this thin line of blazing light flies out and just seems to scorch the flank of the reluctant owlbear. It takes a small bellow of pain as it is lightly singed by the holy flame, but doesn't seem to be too much afflicted by it.
Just to clarify, we were only supposed to not kill the wolves, right?
Correct.
She never said anything about not killing the other stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
so next up is the owlbear, which was just hurt. How long does Bane last? 1 minute. It's a concentration spell. Okay, so I think an owlbear that's just been hit by basically a laser pointer, which can singe slightly,
Very slightly.
is going to charge at William.
Okay.
Okay.
3, 4. There.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but don't forget your Cardiac Inspiration from earlier.
And I have to use Cardiac Inspiration, sorry.
Sorry.
All right.
Hopefully
Okay.
it's not good.
In this case, you have to be the bearer of bad.
Of bad news. So 5, whatever I roll. The owlbear is going to make 2 attacks. Or I'm going to lash out with. It's going to lash out with its claws.
Hmm.
Being an 11. That's what? That's a 14.
Plus 5.
Plus 5 would be 19, and it would hit.
No, that's. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that is including it. So that's a 19.
Yeah.
All right. So that's
That'll hit.
okay. So that will do. Oh, it's not nice.
Never say that before you do it.
I actually rolled really, really badly here. I got double 1, so 7 points of slashing damage.
Holy cow.
Jesus, man.
Do I have to take 1d4 away from its attack roll?
Yes,
Yes.
you would.
Yes.
Let me quickly roll just to make sure, because that might not actually have done anything if I roll a 4 or something. I rolled a 2. That would bring its attack down to 17.
Yeah, that'll miss if that's the
Yep.
case.
All right. So the 14 plus 5 brings 19 down,
Alright.
down to 17. So actually, it does. It seems like for 1 minute it's going to slash, but then like, a chain of light, like, seems to restrain its fist and slam it back to the floor. It then
Scary.
it lets out an ear-rending shriek and lashes out with its beak.
Oh no.
1d4
Come on.
brings it down to 17.
Yes. All right.
You manage to get your shield up as it launches its way forward. Again, another almost like a collar of light strains the neck of the beast as it lunges forwards. Instead of a shattering blow, just seems to clang against your shield. You hear a scraping as the beak closes, but the eye of your shield. Oh, I keep forgetting you have your eye ability, don't you? Don't you have bonuses on wisdom checks or something like that? Anyway.
Yeah, it's just perception checks, and I've been doing it.
Even but yeah, you hear a scraping sound, but your shield the enchantments on it hold, and it seems to be as pristine as it was before.
I
The Eye
look
of Ra upon it is in no worse shape than it was before.
I look back at ZARRIEL and say, "Thank you. That would have hurt if you didn't do that."
That's a combination that really works well.
Blessed and
next
Bane,
up-
really good spells. They're underrated.
High saving throws, and Bane. Next up is Charon.
Okay, Karen, what are we going to do looking at the situation? I know no one can respond to me when I speak, but Karen's just going to be like, we could just give them the meat and carry on. They don't look like they're going to... Do we really want to kill them? You know, he's very much on the lines of, maybe we just don't need to fight them. So he says that out loud to the group. And...
They charged us.
Yeah.
they're
Meanwhile,
hungry.
William is just being attacked. I think they're attacking us.
Yeah. So I am going to use the cantrip Toll the Dead
Yep.
because they've already got some wounds on them anyway. When they came into
Yes,
combat,
they
weren't
do.
100%,
Yes, they do
So
indeed.
it makes sense, and I can keep some spell slots. So let me just I'm going to click on it, but I can't remember the specifics. So I'm just going.
It would be a D12 if
So I just want to see what the creature in range was.
Yeah, you roll a
Specific range.
D8, so you need to roll a D12, darling, instead.
No, I just wanted to check what the range was as well, because I'm doing it no matter what, but I just wanted to make sure that I would actually be in range. So, being in range, I am in range though, aren't I?
It says one creature you can see within range.
That
So it's-
range section. Just so I can see them.
Yeah, I don't know what the range is. It's like isn't it quite large? So I thought it was like 120 feet.
it's a 60-foot range.
It's
Something
60
like
foot.
that.
Well, you can definitely see.
I can definitely hit. So what I'll do is, I'll do it on the one that's already attacking William, I think.
Okay.
It also
so
has
that
Bane,
was
so...
one. So it was a D12, right? One D12.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Can you roll a 1d12 separately for me? Wait.
Well, it's the same.
It's exactly the same. 1d12. Okay, so it needs to roll a wisdom saving throw with a 1d4 negative.
Correct.
All right, so wisdom saving throw. Yeah, it's going to fail. So it takes 2 necrotic damage. It's been slammed by counteracting forces. One by radiant, one by necrotic.
Okay.
So, basically a small. This echoing bell just rings throughout the clearing. It's like it's just this chime of funeral bells. You can see the waves lash out from Charon is standing and impact upon the flank of the owlbear. A small patch of its fur turns grey and starts to rapidly deteriorate, leaving a bald patch on its left side. It lets out an irritated grunt, but quickly turns its attention back to the victims before it.
Mm-hmm. And so that was an action. So as a bonus action, I am going to specify that I am going to equip my shield, because I've been carrying around my scythe for a while. So I'm going to equip my shield just to give myself a little bit of extra AC, considering what could have happened to William, and have my sickle equipped.
Okay. All right.
And
So
that's my
it's
turn.
not in it. It's not in its bigger form at the moment.
It's not in mum form. No.
Okay. Mum's not here. All right. So next up is KENARI.
Clarification question before I do
course.
anything. Is it possible to scare them off, or are they essentially in full rage mode and is it possible to get them to switch to flight mode, or are they permanently in fight mode until they're dead?
You could always
Roll
just
an
try.
insight check. I want you to see. Actually, survival. It's animals. Roll a survival check.
Okay.
I want you to see how much you remember about owlbear behavior.
I mean, I don't think she's ever met an owlbear.
Well, she might have met similar large predators, which would
Okay,
give her an
so
insight.
survival.
Yes, please. Okay. Do you get any other bonuses?
You would have advantage, wouldn't you?
You're in. It's a.
Nope. Advantage on initiative rolls.
It's on tracking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's specifically tracking. You're right.
Okay. So survive. I mean, with a 10,
I
you're
can
not
use
entirely sure.
I was gonna say I could use my Cardic Inspiration, but since it's
Go,
already
if you want it, I haven't exactly told you anything yet. So
okay.
if you want to use it, you can.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay. A 20. So it's 10 plus 10, 20. All right. You know large predators. Growing up, you would have had to deal with a dearth of them surrounding the wilderness of your home. Maybe you haven't had much one-on-one, but you've heard the stories. You've hung out with other rangers that may have told you the habits of these animals. Owlbears are not... I mean, they are quite aggressive creatures, but they can be tamed and they can be trained. They were actually quite useful guard beasts. Some rangers have tamed them. And some druids do keep them around. In fact, a lot of elves keep them around to keep, or at least used to before the Shattering, used to keep owlbears and actually encourage them to live underneath their trees where they used to live, so that they could keep the gods and other races away from their homesteads. But from what you can see, these animals seem to be in a lot of pain and very hungry. So you probably would know that the enraged owlbear that's attacking William and the others is probably not a great prospect. But the other one, but the other one, I mean, it doesn't seem that it can an overly aggressive action just yet. But that might change.
Okay, she is going to use her movement to slowly, so her movement will probably be halved from 30 to 15, which is fine. She is going to move closer along the grove, trying to stay out of range for, let me double check that. Yeah, so right about there, and she's going to carry the meat with her, and she's going to use use her dagger. Oh, wait, that's a movement. Okay, she's going to...
You don't have the movements. You still have an action, a bonus action.
Okay, so she's going to she's going to cut the string that she's been using to carry one of the leg haunches, and she's going to do her best to, like, not, like, directly the bear to engage it, but, like, far enough in front of her and in front of it to just kind of be like... And then she's just going to stay low to the ground. And, like, her bonus action is she's going to put her hand, like, not behind her back, but, like, just hovering over her axe just in case. And, like, sets the other haunch down in front of her.
So are you, like, preparing for, like, your next turn with your axe?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, this is a weapon. It's not really a weapon, but it's something that you're not proficient in. It's a haunch of goat leg. And you're sort of tossing it towards the creature. I would say, yeah, you could probably toss it a good, maybe about 5-10 feet. So it'll probably land. You can't throw it like 20 feet or something like that, but it would definitely, I'd say probably around maybe about here.
Yeah, like over towards the corner, like not towards the other one, but like away a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
So like.
Okay.
All right. So that's your action, and your bonus action is you're sort of just getting sort of in a submissive pose with your hand on your axe.
Yeah, she's just low, like not like on the ground, like low to the ground, like army crawl. She's
but
more
not
like
threatening.
She's more like on a single knee that's grounding her, but she is like lower than the bear.
Is that meant to be like a preparation on your next turn? So like if it does
Can
something...
you roll an animal handling check for me, please?
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna get a pet owlbear.
A goat and an owlbear.
I work like that. Okay.
Why won't it? Oh, I was like, why won't it let me click? And then I realized I was still on the measuring tape thingy.
This animal handling check is in relation to the throwing the meat in your action. I just want to see sort of how. I'm not saying it won't work. I just want to see what the bonus is. Okay. All right, good, thank you. All right, we'll have to see how the owlbear reacts in the owlbear's turn.
Yay!
All right, next up is Timus Teal.
Please don't let the other one kill me.
Timus, looking just sort of like, oh man, Timus is gonna have to like, since he's an owl right now, I feel like he would miss the whole situation that happened right before his turn. Mm-hmm. So he's not gonna do anything crazy to the current owlbear. The other one, he's gonna do something to this one.
Mm-hmm. Do you have to land and transform before you can do anything?
I was just about to ask. Can I drop my shape while staying on the branch I'm on? Because I'm still pretty small as Timus.
Well, no, technically, Timus is only allowed to look small, but
I'll drop to the ground. I'll drop to the ground, like just flutter. Mm-hmm. I'll flutter right around here, just to the ground, just so I'm within range of everything. And then I am going to drop my critter shape back to normal Timus as he sort of flumps. Mm-hmm. And I am going to. I may live to regret this.
I need to just check. Does critter shape cast when you drop it? I need to check my rules. I've got it here somewhere. Does that count as a bonus action to drop your shape? What is it?
I'm reading that now, so I'm trying to figure that out.
Because you gave it to me, and
I did give it to you. It says you can, when you choose, that's equipment-based stuff. The benefit, I get all the stuff with my normal senses. You remain a number of hours at either house or wizard level, so I could say it an hour. Concentration, statistics. Where is the actual, like, it just says one action is the actual type to get into it. It doesn't actually say, I'm assuming it's an action to leave it then.
I think so. I mean, if you're actually going to leave it, if it takes an action to take it, I would say it takes an action to leave it. I'll double check for next session, but let's say for today, so we keep the game going, it's an action to drop out.
Okay. In that case, I probably now knowing that I would have done something different, but I'm going. What do I have as bonus action? Not much. I don't have any bonus action stuff. Yeah. I'm going. Bonus action. Do I have any bonus? Nope, I don't. So I'm just going to. Could I have plopped down before the combat started, please?
I'm afraid not. No, you would have had to say as the.
I know. I did not realize that. Dang. Okay. Well, I guess that's my turn then. Just plop down and just sort of come out of my critter shape.
Okay. If it makes you feel better, I threw meat at a bear.
Exactly. But I was going to do something pretty chaotic if I had the opportunity.
Okay, so next up is the owlbear, yeah?
Specifically, I want to be back here.
Here we go. Let's go.
Okay, so the owlbear. This is not making massive changes. I just want to see how well it changes things. Yeah, I mean, okay, so the owlbear sees you in front of it. It also sees that thrown meat was not in intent to harm. It still seems to move towards you, but then as it sort of passes the haunch, its beak turns. It sort of looks towards the meat. And you can almost, although it's a beak and you can't see it, but like if you could, its nostrils would be twitching. It notices the feast in front of it, and it lumbers towards the haunch and starts with great sort of gulping actions, just like and it goes and then chugs it down like in big lashes of meat. It seems to be thoroughly distracted by the haunch at the moment, so it's going to spend this entire turn almost as if it's stunned. Okay, like it is distracted. It can't take any actions, but it can take reactions.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Has the owlbear moved up to where the haunch was thrown on the actual?
The
map
haunch
itself?
the haunch was here. Yeah, it'll move up towards the haunch, and it's currently gulping down the first haunch of goat.
Okay.
And that will be its action and everything for this turn. So next up is ZARRIEL.
Can I get? Is asking a question would be a bonus action or something else?
ZARRIEL, can you get closer to the mic? Sorry, I know you.
So, is if I talk, will I be able to talk to KENARI before I do anything, or will it be? I'm just
She's
saying.
next to you. It's a free action, but she can't reply till her turn.
Okay. I hope
Like,
you're
you can
okay
tell
with
her
killing.
something,
Yeah,
but-
I hope you're okay with killing this one, and I draw 2 daggers, and I hope this not. I hope this is not go to the other side.
So you
Oh,
go
wait.
around it. So that's,
Yeah.
so you're there 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Perfect.
And I presume being around it gives me flanking.
Oh, sorry, that's
Sorry,
my
we've got
fault.
an
That's,
airport,
that's
helicopter.
dual helicopters, both of us
Sorry.
hitting at the same time.
I
Oh.
presume.
So, I mean, you need to be
So that's mirror image, right, for flanking.
you need to
so
be
that would
opposite.
okay.
You need to be opposite it, but it's a large creature, so technically you're both on either side of it. So yes, it's a flanking attack.
Okay. So.
So strike with the dagger.
Do I see it? Yeah, action
Both
plus action.
strikes hit.
Nice.
Can you please roll? The first one is a 3, and the next one is just 2 because you don't get your bonus for that.
5 damage. Enough.
So it's 3, 4, 5 damage.
Two quick strikes. And that's my turn.
Perfect. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let me just make sure to record that down. So that's 5 damage to El Owlbear.
That's actually a
What's the
pretty
name?
good sound effect.
What was the name of the owlbear in Winnie the Pooh? I can't remember. what it was
Eeyore.
called. No, that was the donkey.
Oh,
His name
it
was a
the,
friend owl.
Oh, wasn't he just our friend Owl? That's right. He was just Owl.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right.
They didn't really put that much effort into it, did they? It's like,
Nope,
yeah.
it was owl. Friend owl is from Bambi.
Oh.
Okay.
And then Archimedes is the one from Sword in the Stone.
That's right. Archimedes from Sword in the Stone. Although
Correct.
Owl in Winnie the Pooh was huge.
He was.
It was the size of a rabbit. He was like as big as a human, wasn't he? 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
he's based on a screech owl.
Yeah.
Beach Owl's that big.
Yes, they are. They are quite huge.
Okay. I'm looking at my book upside down. That's why. I've got the wrong side of my book. Okay. Okay. So next up is William the Afflicted.
Well,
I
Okay,
love the
William's got.
screech that happened when he said that.
Okay, William is kind of hiding behind a shield, holding it up, and he's going to invoke his deity and focus on his arcane focus, which is I don't know if I've told you, is red bindings around his wrists is what his focus is for his deity. So he's going to focus on his focus and cast Shield of Faith on himself.
All right.
So his shield kind of lights up some radiant energy to boost my AC for 2.
That's it.
And with his other hand, he's going to bring up his shillelagh and attack this owlbear.
give him whack. The old whack.
That's it.
Yep, that should have advantage. For a total of 7 bludgeoning.
Okay. So you bring up your glowing wooden mace and crack owlbear between the eyes. It lets out a distracted hoot and sort of lifts its sort of throws its head back in just stunned outrage. How dare a creature attack it so and damage it in such a fashion? You notice that there's a large there's a new gash between its eyes. Blood is trickling down and is causing a new distraction for the creature. It looks like it's definitely in some severe pain now.
Yeah.
Okay, Albert's turn.
Sorry. Shouldn't have attacked us.
Well, technically you attacked it first.
That's not
You
true,
should take
actually.
the Sacred Flame.
It charged first. No. He charged
Well,
us, then Sacred Flame.
it's charged us.
He charged towards you, but you did the actual attack.
That's just because we rolled high enough.
Fair enough. All right, so I'm gonna roll a d4. 1 or 2, it's going to attack Zariel. Actually, I want to be fair because it did get slashed and then smacked. So I'm going to roll a 1d4. 1 or 2, it's William. 3 or 4, it's Zariel.
Okay.
It's going to go for William. It gets hit by the daggers, but but you're right in front of it. It sees you and it saw you smack it between the eyes. It focuses its full attention on you. It's going to attack with its claws. Still getting that -1d4. So it's natural 20.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Even with -d4, it's only 20. It's 26. Is that a hit?
Yep. This is gonna hurt. All right.
It is. Okay. It does 23 points of damage.
Oh my lord.
William is on the ground. Holy cow.
Did I hit?
What?
Oh. Yeah. It said 23 damage to me. I'm on the ground.
It slammed you. It slams you with a massive claw. Even with this luminescent shield surrounding your body, its claws pierce through and slash right through your armor, gouging a massive wound in your chest. You feel you stand shocked for a moment. It has not shielded you, as expected. For the first time, maybe your god has not protected you from sort of immense damage. For a few moments, you're standing. William stands on his feet, and then slumps to the ground, blood oozing from his wounds.
Oh no!
The healer went down.
Ouch!
Oh no!
It still has a beak attack. One enemy down. It spins and lashes out at the annoying creature that was been biting at its hindquarters.
Oh geez, if it gets another 20, I'll be very scared.
17 minus 1d4. It's a 15.
With that, it's exactly my AC.
So
hits.
It beats it.
Hits.
So it hits.
Oh no!
Oh, sorry.
Come at me.
Come at me, bro.
Oh, sorry. I rolled the attack again. Sorry, I'll just do the damage now.
Whew, I saw the 22 and I was like, holy cow.
It does 14 damage.
I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet.
Okay.
It's a good thing I gave you guys this good.
Yeah, the owlbear, its rage is just berserk. It's been attacked, smacked on the head, slashed and burned and melted with necrotic damage. It is pissed. It slashes William down to the ground and turns its anger on Zariel. Luckily, whatever celestial energy runs through your veins sustains you, but you take some serious damage.
You could say I've quite literally been poking the bear.
And you got to roll Constitution on that bane as well.
It's true.
Yeah,
let's go.
Oh yeah, you have to roll Constitution. That's right.
That's easy.
Yay!
Perfect.
No problem. Zariel can just keep this vein going with one arm torn off. No, I'm joking. It didn't happen. You're okay. Oh, wait a minute. We need to roll for...
It's only
Will.
a flesh wound.
1 second.
Oh
I need
yeah,
to score.
the damage table.
Let's see if any critical damage happens to Will while he gets in that attack.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second while I get this up and running. Caron, start thinking about what you're going to do while I just get this sorted.
Have you done this before?
Do I have to make a con save?
He will have to make a con save. Let me just quickly check and see what the exact rules are for that. Because I have it here. Milestones. Fun stuff. Sanity. No, I'm not doing sanity. Not yet, anyway. Oh, sorry, did I let that slip out?
Yes, it did.
I mean, I'm
What you're
really
looking for
evil.
is massive damage.
All right, so you took a critical hit. So you also went down to 0. So I need you to basically you're going to take a lingering injury no matter what now because you went down with a critical hit. I'm not even going to roll a con check for this one.
All right.
Can you please roll a d20 for me?
Let's see what you got.
I don't know if that's good or not.
With a 15, let's see what happens to poor William. William, you, and before I say this, don't forget you have Cardiac Inspiration. On
Use
the ground.
Should I?
Use
I'll
it.
use
Use it.
Okay, I just drag it.
Definitely
Oh, okay.
not helping
I'll look
in
back.
any way, shape, or form here.
Oh no.
We rolled a 2. Luckily, William, that's just enough to take you over. So that is what? That is a 17. So William, you're going to have a scar to show the ladies and the men at the bar.
Oh,
It doesn't have any. Can you
used
tell
to
me
scars.
where you would like the scar to be? Well, it's probably across your chest, right? Because you got slashed.
yeah.
Do you have like a
scars.
giant
I'm covered in scars.
diagonal
I'm fine.
4 line across
New
your
one to
chest?
add.
It doesn't
Yep.
have any adverse effect. Magical healing of 6th level or higher, such as regenerate or heal, can remove the scar.
Okay, I'll keep it. That's in my face. Scars are kind of
Because I think
enduring through pain. Enduring through a part of my deity.
not
so
trying
I'll
to
keep it.
help you here, but if anything lower would have been a festering wound, which means you like lose HP every hour, every day.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be bad. I know the chart.
So, okie dokie.
Yeah, if I survive this at all. Don't know.
Oh yes, because at the end of your turn, you're gonna have to roll yourself a lovely saving throw in the new turn, aren't you? All right. So next up is Caron.
So I am going to use the cantrip Spare the Dying on William.
Way as a
Because
bonus action.
as a bonus action,
Grave
plus
cleric.
as a grave cleric, I get the feature that it's 30 feet range, so I don't have to actually touch you. So I will click it. But yeah, so that's the grave cleric feature. So you are now stable, and what I'm going to do as well, I think, is because I know I can't use spells if I've used a cantrip.
Yes,
So-
you can. You can use a spell, but you can't use 2 cantrips. You can use a spell as a bonus action or an action, and a cantrip as a bonus action or
Oh, for
action.
some
But
reason I thought it was I can't use a cantrip and then a spell.
no, you can't use 2 cantrips
Okay,
or 2
okay.
spells.
No, it's
Oh,
actually just
okay.
you can't use 2 spells. 2 cantrips is allowed, though.
You're allowed to use 2 cantrips. Sorry, as a DM, I learn new things all the time. So
That's
yes,
fair.
you can use 2 cantrips.
Okay, so
The only
I've got options
restriction
now.
when it comes to magical casting is you cannot use 2 leveled spell slot spells in the same action,
Okay,
regardless of whether or not you have multiple actions.
awesome. Thanks for the clarification.
Okay.
If you cast a spell as a bonus action, you cannot cast anything but a cantrip as an action. If you're a fighter that has spells like the Eldritch Knight, you definitely can fireball with action search.
Okay, so just
I
to let you know,
get that.
Zariel, you don't need to roll. You don't need to roll Lingering because you didn't take a critical hit, you didn't go down, and you didn't fail a death saving throw by a large amount. So you're okay at the moment. All right, so you don't have to roll a con check. You are okay. You took some damage, but no massive lingering injury, even though it was a lot of damage.
Well,
Exactly.
I think I'm still going to use my actual cleric feature, and I think I am going to use.
Oh.
I think I'm going to use at the owlbear near William and ZARRIEL. I'm going to use Path to the Grave.
Okay, so it's cursed
turn.
now and
Yeah.
baned.
And
So
baned,
next time you hit it, it has vulnerability.
Yeah. So hopefully that
what,
gives a bit
to
of
what
help.
though? We have to specify to what?
Do the next damage. All of that
to the
attacks
next
next damage.
damage? Oh, that helps.
Yeah.
That really helps.
Okay, and I think that is my turn. I'm not going to move or anything. I'm going to stay where I am. And oh no, wait. Can I? Because I did a feature. Can I do another?
No, it says as an action, so that's your action. If you
No.
use it.
Oh yeah. Because even if it's a spell, it wouldn't make a difference. All right, no. Okay, so that is my
You
turn.
use the
then.
bonus action and action, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's
Yeah,
it.
movement.
That was a very cleric-y like thing which you did the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Karen is looking quite smug at the moment, like I am useful, Timus. I say that out of character, but yeah, that's. But he's like pretty like.
Almost
yeah.
didn't want to come.
Oh yeah, you think I'm
Next
not
up
useful?
is KENARI.
She, in response to ZARRIEL's earlier question, would have replied, no, I don't. And in her action, she is going to pull out her bow and arrow, her longbow, and she is going to fire a shot and aim straight between. She's going to try to aim for the eye of the owl bear if it's in her range.
Okay.
Which one?
You.
The one
closest
you're all
one.
attacking.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna do something. Okay.
Okay, so let's have a let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
And don't forget they have vulnerability. So it has vulnerability.
It's to take double
That's a
down.
hit. That's a hit. That will go through its hide for wow. So that will be 10 piercing damage. Do you get +2 because of your ranger? Did you take the long range or did you
No,
close
I
range?
did the two. I did two weapon fighting, so
Two
I
weapon
don't
fighting.
get that. Yep.
Okay.
I am now
Cool.
starting to possibly regret my decision, but it's fine. Let's go.
Okay, so the owl gives a roar. It doesn't quite hit the eye. I wish that was been sort of a cool shot if you've done that. But it does. You basically hit it. You basically hit it between the face, between the eyes. The shaft seems to go quite deep into its thick skull, not quite piercing all the way through to the bone, but all the way through the bone into the soft brain underneath, but causing but it's a severely debilitating wound. You also notice as you shoot, there is like a clang of bells, the tolling of their doom. Nemesis has struck. The arrow hits, and there's a blast of. There's like almost like a blast of sort of a
Could have
white.
hunters marked it.
What color is Hades? What color is your magic? Karen is like blue, isn't it?
It's like the blue and sort of like very light blue that you can see around
this
the reactor
Almost like this
on the chest.
lightning blue, ghostly energy covers the head of your arrow as it lances towards the owlbear, striking and piercing much deeper than it should. So that is. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your bonus action? Your movement?
She is going to move slowly after firing. She's going to resheath as a bonus action, put her her bow back on her back in its quiver. No, wait, arrows. I don't know. Anyway, so she's going to move very slowly at half the speed. I gotta measure it. She's going to move very slowly closer to this owl bear over here, hoping that it hasn't like gotten too distracted and is going to take another punch and kind of like also slowly like toss it
out the window.
close.
And Loki, get down.
If that's
Sorry, my cat is trying to climb out the window, so just 1
that's
second.
fine.
Hey,
Fine.
get down. Loki.
I want
There
to
you
be
go.
free.
He's off. Sorry. Please continue. I apologize because he tries to climb through our mosquito net.
Okay.
So I was trying to
With
keep
her,
something going.
okay. So with her bonus action, because I feel like I can't do all of that with my bonus action, she's gonna resheath, and then her movement, she's gonna move closer and just kind of like with the other haunch, and just kind of is like slowly getting closer and like waiting to see the other owl bear's reaction.
I
Okay,
don't know.
so-
I mean, DM, I don't know. Would KENARI need to use it as a bonus action with like the arrows and stuff? Because I thought it was just with like armor and.
Oh, she's interacting with an object, so she actually needs to use some of her action or bonus action to do that.
No, I
Obviously,
meant
she could
with
pick-
equip with her own weaponry.
Sorry?
She's asking if resheathing my bow is.
No, you can do that for free. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can just pick
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
Then if that's the case, then I will use the bonus action after the movement to like slowly like put the meat, like toss it a little bit more closer, because I'm assuming it's like plowing through that other haunch, and it's probably almost done.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, you can do that, no problem. You basically, I'll let you. You already have this haunch, so basically, what you do is you just move forward slowly, chuck it another sort of to land almost beside the next. The owlbear sort of starts for a moment as the food lands beside it, but turns back to its meal, desperate, ravenous.
Okay, she's
trying
still
to eat.
keeping that like lower submissive position of like her just like on one knee, like close, and like still kind of at the ready. So
Yeah,
that is her turn.
no problem. Love it. Love the RP during the fighting. It's brilliant. Next up is Timus.
Okay, it's fine. A thing. Timus is going now that he is able to do a thing. She looks towards our Warforged companion, who's like, "I am useful," and to respond to that, Timus is all like, sort of presses his glasses closer to himself. He's like, "Oh, I am very much aware you're useful. Thank you very much." And as he does this, he takes a tendril and he starts mimicking some arcane gestures. As from the tendril, he is going to chuck a chromatic orb at this very seemingly injured.
Okay, do you have the diamond that you need for that?
Yes, I do. I spent the gold on it. It's only a 50 gold diamond, so I had enough because.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Picked it up at Granny's Evil Things, or sorry, at Nanny's.
I realized that. Yeah, I probably should have mentioned that, but I did subtract the gold for the diamond.
That's fine.
Nice.
So chromatic orb. I'm gonna be using my Cardic Inspiration on this regardless. Because I have to use it ahead of time, you're right? Because
you have to roll. You roll it, and I have to tell you whether it fails.
Oh,
You have to do it before it fails.
Okay, well, I'm going to. It's going to be, let's say, fire. Choose damage.
Fire damage. Okay.
As he takes this chromatic, blah blah blah. It's a chromatic orb. Do I need Cardic Inspiration? I don't. No, you're right. The 17 hit last time, so yes, it would hit.
That is a hit. How do you want this to look?
30 fire, isn't it?
No, because it would still not be. The vulnerability thing's not there anymore. But
It's till the end of my turn, I think.
Oh, it's till the end of your turn. So it'd be 30 damage.
It's not. It's the first attack. It says
Oh,
the next time an enemy you hit it is attacked, it is vulnerable to all that attacks damage that the curse ends.
Oh,
It only
sorry.
happens once,
'Cause I thought-
but it is a
so-
really cool ability.
I thought it said cursing until the end of your next turn. The next time you or an ally hit.
No,
That's
yeah,
what
it's
it is.
the next time.
Oh,
That's it.
okay. Sorry. Okay, my bad. Us.
Well, either way,
That's still awesome.
if that kills it,
Well, without Lua's 10 damage, that wouldn't have done the damage anyway. So
fair enough.
So he chucks this as without even like paying, not even like just as he just sort of like makes that comment toward our Warforged friend. Timus just sort of takes out this diamond and he just sort of like does this sort of gesture with his other tendril and he sort of chucks this flame ball, this flaming, chromatic, flaming, luminescent, sparkly ball of flame as it hits the face of the owlbear and just it basically like singes the beak off almost, and it falls limp.
Yeah, the owlbear it's already taken massive damage to its head, thanks to William, thanks to Kenari, and now this flaming Rasengan basically flies out and smacks it in the face, and drills into its head before unleashing a fiery wave, basically liquefying the animal's brains and causing it to smash to the ground dead.
And I will mark off that spell. And just sort of Timus, just sort of as the rest of his turn, is just going to move his way towards our Warforge and just sort of like nod, like tip his hat almost like a lady, at like the milady thing from McCree, and just sort of like presses his glasses closer into himself, like, "You're welcome."
You have to do it with the hat in front of Charon.
Yes.
Charon's eyes are just starting to the hat.
Oh, great.
Okay.
And yeah, that's I don't have anything I can do as a bonus action, so that's my turn.
All right, I need to do something quickly.
And now the wolves come out.
Okay. The owlbear is startled by the flaming explosion that basically liquefied its mate's head. It looks furtively at you all, and Kenari, roll an animal handling one more time for me, please.
Grab the meat and run. Take the meat. Take the meat.
Take the knee, take the knee, take the knee.
Come on, Albert. Just take the meat and run.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
I rolled a 13. 15. Okay, good. All right, so it looks over at its fallen compatriot. It looks at them. Basically, there's a whole haunch of goat there in front of it, plus half of one that it's masticated to death. So yeah, with a sort of almost a slightly hunched posture, the owlbear gathers up the uneaten haunch of goat in its beak, brings up its large paw to kind of like hold it to its mouth, and sort of starts to lumber away back into the forest slowly.
Oh, we want a pet though.
And yes, unless you want to do anything, do you want to chase it, or you let it go?
We got.
I want to go over to William, and I'm going to put my hand on where this he was almost gutted, and I'm going to use my trait, Healing Hands, my asthma trait, healing him and bring him to consciousness at 2 HP.
Fantastic.
I was trying to ask if the bear just made off with both haunches, but chat was like, no.
No, it's alright. It left the half-eaten one, but took the one that hadn't been touched.
Okay.
And walked off with it.
Kenari's gonna stand up, and she's gonna leave the other haunch there for now and go over to the bear carcass and pulling out her, she's gonna, set it on the ground and move the bear paw so that she can get at its claws, and she's going to begin to hack off its paw.
Okay. I won't make you take a check for this. You can take you have a large, it's a large animal, so you have a very large owlbear paw, dripping gore, in front of you.
Okay.
Is there any? Is the beak still functional?
No, because you told me you blasted through the face and liquefied the meat.
That's true. I did say that. Are there any actual like non-eviscerated parts yet that are like usable for like ingredients or like just trophies?
Probably. I mean, there's 3 more paws. Its flank is looking very damaged. I mean, it was quite interesting. An investigation check for me.
Okay, I can do that. I'm actually quite good with investigation. I am a smart boy.
I would say that with the paw that she's doing, she's like going in deeper with the axe and literally just trying to chop off so she has the claws, not the whole bear paw.
Okay, so you can take out like a skinning knife or a knife that you use, a dagger. Take out the dagger and you just start to like cut around the sort of the tendons that hold the claws in place. And it takes probably about 10 minutes. So, you know, it's bloody work. Okay. But you manage to take out the 4 massive claws.
Okay.
Remember, so owlbear claws kind of look like sort of like bird talons. They're quite large and curved.
Okay, she's gonna. I don't think she has it random. Does she still have sackcloth from when she was tying off the?
You could use the sackcloth you were holding the meat in, or.
She didn't. The meat's just been hanging. It hasn't.
All right.
Been...
So I mean, does anybody have a bag or a cloth or something like that in their backpack?
Let me check. I have a 50 gold diamond.
Nope.
I have a little bag of sand.
No, that won't work.
You need the sand for writing. I mean, you could probably wrap it in your cloak, or if you have any spare clothing, you could wrap it in a piece of clothing.
Okay.
I have common clothes.
She has common clothes. She's not gonna wear those ever, so she'll take the shirt or the tunic and wrap it. And
okay.
I'm gonna add this to my equipment.
Yep. So you have 4. You have 4 adult owlbear or front paw claws.
Okay.
Karen is going to go over to the dead owlbear, and you hear him doing like another type of like prayer, as such, like ritual. It takes about 5 minutes, and it's kind of like classed as like for lesser beings, like not like sentient like people, but like for more like animals and stuff. But still does it, and gets a parchment out from like the new parchment from buying at the shop. And makes a mark of like where it is still. You can see he's looking quite strange and uncomfortable with like
the animal,
the loss of the paws and stuff of the animal. But it doesn't say anything. But you can see it looks a little bit on the strange side.
I'm also going to say that KENARI, because you were sort of probably close to the animal while it was happening. Can you roll a nature check, and then I can tell us what you see.
Yes, I'm just finishing my note for the item that I'm putting in my inventory. Okay.
So I think Tim's is probably more academic. You're probably more natural.
Nature check, you
probably,
said?
Yeah.
Nature or survival?
Nature. Nature.
Okay.
Okay. So Timur. So first of all, let's. So KENARI's. KENARI. First of all. Looking over the body as you're sort of searching for possible ingredients for your magical arts, you notice a few strange things about the owlbear. First of all, it has a number of wounds that look like they're bite wounds, but also you can see that there are scorch marks on the creature's fur that were not caused by you.
Oh, that's...
See that there were several cuts that appear to have come from blades.
Okay.
KENARI, I mean,
this animal was provoked, essentially.
It looks something. These are not normal wounds. In fact, KENARI, you would know, being someone who knows the wilds, knows animals and their behavior, would know that it's very unusual for wolves to challenge an apex predator like an owlbear.
Right.
Extraordinary circumstances for wolves to actively attack an owlbear.
Yeah. It's
They would
possible.
They would have to be what? I didn't hear you.
It would have to be extraordinary circumstances for wolves to actively seek out, attack, or challenge an owlbear.
Or they'd have to be ordered by a higher apex threat.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe it was a goblin horde, or maybe some form of like.
Goblins are
I
civilized.
don't know.
Goblins are civilized and live in Manor there.
You're right. Sorry. Sorry. I'm thinking
Clarification.
more normal D&D. I'm sorry.
Clarification question then.
Yes.
I missed the part. So you said there's scorch mark, there's stab wounds, but is there bite and claw marks?
Yes, the bite and claw marks you can easily tell belong to wolves. They seem to be slightly large wolves, but nothing along the lines of, say, a dire wolf.
Got it.
Okay. Just like a large monstrosity's teeth or claws. You would, but as I said, you would still think that's really unusual. Wolves, unless there's a specific circumstance.
Yeah, she's gonna take her hand and she's gonna take her hand and start like rubbing, not like rubbing, but like touching the wounds and like moving the fur and like the feathers, the fur feather blend. I don't know what owl bears are mostly, but and just like trying to get a good look at the wounds just to be sure before she says anything to the group and like walks around the owl bear.
You're sure.
Yeah, to see what kind of like was it surrounded kind of a deal and then attacked, or was it like attacked from primarily one side?
Well, as a ranger, I mean, it's not tracking, but you are still investigating a pattern of attack pattern. I would say you could see multiple jaw bites, probably from different wolves, slightly different lengths of the bite, slightly different indentations of the teeth, and teeth patterns. So yeah, again, you're probably confident this was a pack of wolves.
Okay, she's going to like stop from where she is on the other side of the bear and just kind of go and look up at the group and just say, there's something leading this pack, and I get the feeling that it's not a creature.
Yeah, I saw some magical based ability attacks that were not from any of us. Potentially scorch marks, maybe some fire.
Wasn't there other people that came into the woods trying to clear it out for us?
Let me ask you this. Would you come and try to attack an owlbear that hasn't tried charging at you?
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe a coordinated thing with the wolves and the whatever is leading them.
Did Nanny or Granny or the halfling mention Weatherby say anything about like, I can't remember, did they say anything about like the type of equipment and stuff that they went into the grove with, like torches or something? I mean, I don't really think that it would have been them that did this sort of damage, or at least not all of it, but just curious if they would have had some sort of like fire or something to see as they went in, and whether maybe some of it.
Well, you didn't really ask that.
No, I was just seeing if I remember that being spoken of at all. But yeah, okay.
No, you remember that a group of men, halflings mainly, farmers and trackers, was sort of sent into the grove. You would remember that they were ambushed or attacked by the wolves, and according to KENARI's investigation and Timus's investigation, were driven off by those wolves and chased out of the clearing.
Okay.
There was some very much blood. A few of them were badly injured, but you also would probably remember from Weatherby's tale that some of his injuries were not sustained by the wolves, stepped on by the people as they ran out.
And he also mentioned that he had voices coming from
he was literally plowed over by a crowd of rushing people. You can't remember what they say they were armed with. They didn't even say they didn't ever say what they were armed with or what they used to fight.
But I doubt they had magic.
Kenari's gonna speak up again, and she's just going to say, the halfling mentioned something about having someone talk about whether or not they were going to eat him.
Yeah, I kind of believe him now. There's something dark in the woods.
I feel like
It is possible that something was leading the wolves, potentially using them to gain food or prey. Maybe not completely sentient, but still something a little bit more dangerous than wolves are in this woods.
I think anything that can wield fire and not be sentient is a great danger. And to be able to control a pack of wolves, it's not exactly hard. But it does require a little bit more knowledge than someone who can just fire off fire, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, Timus is gonna just sort of nod at that.
Kenari's gonna start sniffing the air. See if I catch anything.
William's going to
what's
do
he
something as
looking
well.
for?
She's trying to see, she's actually, you know what, I'm gonna have her move away from the group after that a little bit back towards where they came from.
Mm-hmm.
So did they come from this direction, or did they come like this way, and then out?
Well, technically, you're heading down. So you came from there, and you're heading down towards the pack of cards, basically, or down there, because you're still heading sort of south, even though you're winding a bit.
Okay.
Oh,
so
before I forget.
so they came from this way.
The owlbears lumbered out from sort of here.
Okay, so she's gonna
And
come
intersected
to
you.
about over here, and she's going to start like sniffing from that direction and like peering. She's looking for any sign that there's something beyond now watching.
Well, I mean, you see. Do a perception check then for me, perception.
Okay. Before I forget, though, aside from my diamond, I did pick up 100 gold cost pearl before we left.
Super crap.
Among the things I needed for material components, I got all that stuff on session.
That's fine. I know you've spent the money, but we just next time. So I did.
I put it all down. It's in my inventory and everything.
Okay.
I just never told you. I subtract the gold costs and everything.
Okay, that's fine. I just need, as I said, just need to do a bit of interaction with Nanny or something next time, so I can make sure you get it.
I got it before. I was I got it on a different shop. I thought.
Okay, I can't remember. Okay. All right. So, Kenari, looking around, sniffing. You can't. There's anything watching you. It doesn't look like there's. It doesn't look like there's very much. You're tracking, aren't you? But it's not a survival check; it's a perception check. Yeah. So I would say that really, maybe it's the scent, the scared, acrid scent of the owlbear. I would say even with a 2, you would know that you would sort of just be able to see quite easily looking from the brush. There seems to be almost like a rudimentary cavern there. It looks like might have been some poor shelter for some larger animals. You can see, maybe you see a few droppings around. Maybe you see a skeleton of a regurgitated squirrel, something like that. But it's not. It doesn't look like a proper den.
Okay.
That's the way that you could see. With a 2, you also trip over a tree root as you're looking, and humiliate yourself by sprawling the floor at one point before getting up and with great dignity,
muttering,
and a lashing tail,
just muttering in Draconic and brushing herself off of just muttering in Draconic.
Exactly. You're so intently looking, you just even your ranger skills just completely and utterly fled for a moment.
It is also still dark. The map makes you pretend that it's daylight out. It's not. It's still dark.
Yeah, you are actually far away from anybody who's shedding light.
Right,
At
so
the moment.
that makes sense. That too actually makes a
You're
little
only
too
in
much
dim
sense.
light at the moment from William.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
So,
actually, no, it
Tim-
wouldn't be William. Just William's light went out.
All right, I want to do something before we start. Oh,
yeah.
yes, it did.
It's from Charon, so definitely dim light.
I want to do something. I'm kind of hurting right now, so
Okay.
William is going to touch his chest and say, "I want to feel that for a while," and slowly eat 5 of his remaining good berries and bring him back up to full health.
Oh no!
And he'll say,
It's 1d4 plus 2, 3, 4.
It's just 4 static health per berry.
Oh, okay, so it's 4 static health per berry. So
It's,
basically,
one
yeah.
for the good berry. Yeah. All right.
You feel like you've eaten a meal. So
Yeah.
you are
Yeah.
stuffed. You're literally waddling at the moment. Like you feel like you've been. It's like 5 minutes after you finished the McDonald's.
It's a buffet.
You know.
It's a buffet
Thanksgiving.
of like I paid $13 and there's still so many more items I want to eat, but I stuffed myself on mac and cheese because I was scared.
I didn't know that there were tiger prawns. I didn't know there were tiger prawns.
Exactly.
How dare you bring them out when I finished my meal?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
literally, someone trying to get the most out of their all-you-can-eat buffet. Or as I said, 5 minutes after you finish the McDonald's and really wish you hadn't had it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was
that's
actually
kinda
wondering.
how you're feeling at the moment.
Deeply considering that like Roman tradition of feasting.
Am I?
William looks around and who healed me? I didn't see that.
Oh, that was, oh, sorry. Who healed you to get you back up?
Yeah, I just want to say that in
Far
character.
dead, but that's out of character for me.
Yeah.
Kanari's sprawled on the floor at the moment.
I thought it was Ariel with his.
Yeah, he was there. It was his hands. Timus will just sort of look
Zariel.
at Zariel.
Well, Zariel, I thank you for your healing. I'll make sure to return to favor in due time. How are you feeling now? Are you hurt at all, or was I the only one?
I think Zariel got really
Nick, are you
messed up.
Nick?
So, is there, sorry, Nick, you
Okay.
there?
Nick? Hello?
Nick.
You were doing what I was thinking.
All right, maybe he's gone. I was actually wondering
I think
if
he's still here, but I think maybe he's having trouble with his mic sometimes because he's not using his regular setup at the moment. So yeah.
Nick, if you can hear us, type in chat. Type it in chat.
I was actually worried how I was going to get healed because I didn't know any of you had healing damage. I thought you were going to have to give me a good berry, which would have resulted in me being unmasked. So that could have happened this session.
Ooh,
Ooh.
close but no cigar.
Nobody thought to give William CPR. There you go. So it's just all. It was just you guys doing things the easy way with magic.
Hey, in my defense, I can barely remember to use my Cardic Inspiration. So,
Yeah. Kenari also didn't remember to use her magic.
no, I intentionally chose not to use it in the understanding that we were still going to be fighting, potentially fighting wolves, and now I am confirmed that we are probably going to be fighting wolves, which means all my prep last session is literally going to waste.
Well, to be,
I worked so
very neat came in handy.
hard.
to be fair, though I'm going to set a character as a DM for the moment. Those owlbears were not supposed to retreat for anything, but you did such good RP. I was like, I'm not just going to make all of that not work. So that's why I had that test at the end. To see
I
if it
was
actually run away.
genuinely threatened. I was like, oh no. Oh no!
Hey.
I am so close to this, and she is either going. This bear is either going to attack or it is going to befriend.
Getting just from a good point. We are actually doing chat at the moment, which we shouldn't be doing. We're all talking like, "Oh, killed the owl bear." But let's get back to the stream for a little bit. We're gonna wrap up in a couple of minutes. Okay.
Do we want to like end it here though? Because we've been going on for a bit.
Well, we've
It's
nearly
almost
finished.
3:20
We've
for
got
us.
so close to where I want to be the end part. It's really, really close.
Okay.
So, like, literally, it's just a couple more minutes, and then we'll be where I would love us to wrap up for the day. if
Let's
that's okay.
shuffle us along then.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
I'll recast light on my chest and
I've done
shuffle
the same
along
on my
very
shield.
hurt.
fantastic. Are we moving in the same order as before?
Yeah, I'm happy
yeah.
with that.
Timus, are you critter shaping, or are you going to fly around under the carpet?
I'm gonna find my little carpet. Because that is just as I'm not gonna try to like waste a critter shape.
All right.
And I have read more into it, and now knowing it's an action to change back out of it, it's probably not a good idea. I'll take the time to make my carpet and just float on it.
I don't know if Nick is damaged at all. I don't know if he needs healing or not.
He has the berry if he does, so
It
he'll
took
take
14
it.
damage.
He took
So-
14 damage. He's hurt.
Are
Here's
you
how-
below half health, Nick?
Okay.
Nick, are you below half health?
He's not here, I don't think.
I think maybe his
Oh, okay.
maybe his family called him away or something. That could happen.
It's all
We'll
good.
check when he gets back.
I thought I heard.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, with KENARI leading the way, again, you quite quickly pick up the track. I'm using the same roll as before. You quite quickly-
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it. I was gonna have her go back over before we leave and grab that other haunch and carry it, but
it's half eaten. It's dripping.
right. So she's
And-
gonna leave it. She's just gonna leave it. She's gonna leave it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Her plans are gone now after realizing the owl bear and all the fighting and the biting and the stabby stab. She's just like, her plans not working. She's gonna just go.
If you,
Yeah, I don't know how the
Okay.
plan of not hurting these wolves is going to
I
work
know,
out
I'm
now.
sorry.
yeah.
So you follow you basically after just a few moments leaving the site of your battle for a short while, just for a few minutes, you quite quickly pick up the tracks of the wolf pack again, KENARI. Luckily, the light that's been recast that's illuminating the way has really it makes it easier for you, particularly as your eyes aren't to this sort of accustomed to working in the dark.
Okay.
It doesn't take long before you find a path that seems to be even more well used by wolf tracks. Basically, as this most recent excursion merges with the tracks of many wolf paw prints overlapping, you realize that you're approaching the lair. Gathering your companion, KENARI, you basically form them and lead them forward as carefully as you can when suddenly something quite strange, a new sensation, basically hits you in the nostrils, literally. You smell wood smoke from the campfire. Carefully moving forward, your group approaches an area, and you see you basically see a small cave in the side of a large sort of protruding rocky outcrop. In front of the cave, which is roughly about 10 feet wide and 10 feet tall at its highest point, you can see coming from within the cave and drifting above that rocky outcrop a thin plume of smoke. 30 feet back from the entrance of the cave. Milling around the area, you can see 6 wolves. Some are sat around that fire in the cavern. Others are tearing at a sheep carcass. And others seem to be attempting to build a crude fence
Wait.
around their den.
Aww.
Many of the wolves you see appear to be wearing brightly coloured cloth strips around their limbs and their necks. Looks like they're fur. The other decorations as well. Little baubles and gewgaws, even things that look like things that maybe look quite strange to you. You know, it might be like a doorknob, and a few other things that are hanging from strips, just because they're shiny, sort of like hanging in strips like medallions around some of their necks. The entire scene seems remarkably peaceful and well organized. Can you please roll? I need everybody to roll a perception.
Perception, okay.
Oh dear. Perception.
I get advantage because of my shield. And also have passive perception of 21.
Okay. William, as you approach, see something even stranger. Stretched around the perimeter of the den, you see strips of cloth and string attached to stakes. And attached to those are a number of bones that seem to be hanging at angles that would cause them to clash with each other if the string is disturbed. With a silent wave, you sort of hold out your hands to your companions, gesture at these rudimentary noise-making traps that are ringing the den. And then, luckily, none of you rolled a natural. None of you rolled natural. Luckily, your companions take heed and stop beside you. Then, two of the largest wolves you've ever seen step from the den and seem to stand at opposite ends of the ring of wolves. They're holding court. One is a massive, and I'll just change the map. One is a massive black-furred wolf. And the other is I'm just going to move my tokens. One is a massive black-furred wolf.
Oh, I just need to refresh my roll 20 because my map's frozen. 1 second, sorry.
I need to put the token there. One is a massive black-furred wolf that seems to steam from its mouth, and the other is white, and its fur stands on end at odd angles. And as one, the argument begins. As each of the wolves starts to speak to one another in the common tongue.
Oh no!
Okay. Alright.
We're gonna die.
No, we're not.
So, a lot of wolves.
Just chat with them.
I'm just waiting for the map to reload because it froze. So I can't even see it at the moment.
Yeah, there's...
I really hope they're not like deity heralds. Pain in the
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. The thing almost from like Avatar.
Okay, I can see it now.
Oh dear, this is gonna be bad.
Whoa.
Are they like
I don't
double
know.
the size of a dire wolf?
They probably
No, they are they're large animals, so they're about the size of a dire wolf. They seem sort of more slender, slightly more slender in build.
Okay.
They don't look like dire wolves. They
Okay.
are very large wolves.
Leon Burger or Saint Bernard size, like very, very big.
Very, very.
probably bigger.
Wolves on steroids, basically.
Got it.
I'm just waiting for them to go on like their two legs.
Okay.
Talking.
And going to end the session.
Oh.
All right.
So we can begin here next session.
Oh!
We're here. We are here.
All right.
And if we
Good stuff,
had
guys.
fought those owl
stuff.
bears, we could have gotten here much faster.
Well, the owl bears were meant to slow us down.
Yeah, I was busy dying.
Each of you gets 100 experience points.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that bring us up to in total?
825, I believe.
825. Okay.
Let me look at the experience.
I believe.
And
900.
points. Yes, you are correct. It is not quite to level 3, but it's very close.
825.
100, you said.
Yep.
We should be at 825. I'm at 815 right now.
I'm at 715.
Yeah.
Everybody should be at 825, so it could be just some miscommunication, but it should be 825.
825 or
Okay,
815?
2-5. That's what he said.
Okay.
Okay then.
All right. Good sesh, guys. Right
Yeah. Thank you, DM.
Thank you. That was fun.
That was
I finally got to
amazing.
do stuff.
Thank you for having fun. Thank you for having fun in the bar.
Oh,
I was originally gonna throw the owl bear urine, but I was like, I feel like that could
I was
either
thinking
make-
that too.
I was like, would that make them rage even more, or like would that?
Yeah.
Slashing
now
an
I
owl bear in
wanted-
the face with its own urine.
Yeah, but now I want an owl bear cub. Like,
Yeah,
I get me
exactly.
an owl bear cub.
Are we? Before we continue, just because I know we need to say goodbye to everybody before we go to post game chat, so which we really should televise at some point because it is actually good fun when we chat about these sorts of things. All right, guys, like they did Ex Machina or whatever it was for Critical Role. Okay, guys, thank you so much for today's game. You guys were brilliant. You guys role play. You had fun. We had a half role play, half combat session, which was, good fun. Next, in our next session, will KENARI get an owlbear cub? Will Daisy turn out to be an owlbear cub in disguise?
I don't believe you. Don't. No.
Will the wolf speak one more language than common? And will William ever get rid of that scar on him? To add to the other scars that are already there. All right, guys, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you to our viewers, to our Patreon supporters, to our Twitch subs. You're absolutely amazing. And I know we got I know Sidis couldn't be here, but he shared the stream and everything, which was fantastic.
Yeah.
Guys, you make this game. It's brilliant. I look forward to every week.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you as well, our viewers, next week on Saturday. Cheerio, guys.
Roll
Hang on, guys.
glory.
But
Bye.